welcome. Truth and transparency. You guys went for a treat, taking us back, all the way back. Welcome. Come on in. Keep up. Here we go. Let's do this. Back in the day, January 3rd, 2023, there was a motion put in for a non-dissemination order, better known to a lot of people as a gag order. Now, the gag order was really pretty basic, okay? But the gag order specifically prohibited any statement which a reasonable person would expect to be disseminated by means of public communication that relates to the following: evidence regarding the occurrences or transactions, keyword there, transactions, occurrences, the character, credibility, or criminal records of a party, the performance or results of any examinations or tests, IgG, and what else? Any opinions as to the merits of the case or the claims or defense of a party. Any other matter reasonably likely to interfere with a fair trial of this case, such as, but not limited to, the existence or contents of any confession, admission, or statement given by the defendant, who else was arrested? Remember that? Boom. It is further here ordered. Boom. Awesome. So ordered. 1-3. Next up, Dateline. After the first Dateline episode, this would be edited. Non-dissemination. This is the amended. Why did it get amended? Because of Dateline. Now, what ended up happening? Well, there is a balance between protecting the right to a fair trial for all parties involved and the right to free expression, as afforded under both the United States Constitution and Idaho State Constitution. So to preserve the right to a fair trial, here we go, we're going to curtail some shit. Number one, the attorneys, in plural, for any interested party in this case, including the prosecuting attorney, defense attorney, and any attorney representing a witness, victim, or victim's family, as well as the parties to the above entitled action, including but not limited to investigators, law enforcement personnel, and agents for the prosecuting attorney or defense attorneys, are prohibited from making extrajudicial statements, written or oral, concerning this case, except without additional comment, a quotation from, or a reference to the official record. So a quotation from or reference to the official public record. Except. This order specifically prohibits any statement which a reasonable person would expect to be disseminated by means of public communication that relates to the, just reminding everybody, following. So everything that it was said before, okay, except we're going to add any information a lawyer knows or reasonably should know is likely to be inadmissible as evidence. F, any information reasonably likely to interfere with a fair trial, in this case, afforded under the United States and Idaho Constitution, such as the existence or contents of any confession, admissions, or statements given by the defendant, the possibility of a plea of guilty, or any opinion as to the defendant. Signed. Now, welcome to present day. Here we go. Present day. On or about 6/2/2025, the defendant's 23rd supplemental request for discovery. Ann Taylor put out, I think everybody has seen it. She was asking for discovery pursuant to something that she's already asked before. Pursuant to her, let's see, January 10th, 2023, and September 4th, 2024 discovery requests. We're going to get to that. The response here was within 1 day. Ann Taylor asked on the 2nd. Within 1 day, state's response by Ashley Jennings. Ashley Jennings said that Ann Taylor is asking for defendant's 23rd supplemental request for discovery. And here it is. Then she quickly supplemented it. And she was more specific. She was more specific to say, ready? I have S1, Exhibit S1. So it comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney, and hereby supplements its January 23rd, 2023. What that means by supplement is whatever the hell we told you on this day, we have a supplement to what we told you on this date, and we have a supplement to what we told you on this day. 24, which is almost, let's see what it would be, a year and a half apart from each other. And so they are asking that this be filed under seal. And it's filed, it has something to do with whatever Ann Taylor was asking for on January 10th, 2023. So we went back to January 10th, 2023. Defendant's request for discovery pursuant to ICR 16. That is Rule 16. And then she lists specifically, and this is my personal opinion, but number one, I do not believe that she's talking about number one. Number two is about statements of a co-defendant. I do not believe that she's talking about statements of a co-defendant. Now we get into something that I do think. Defendant's prior record, I do not think that she's talking about that. Now we're going to get into number 4, documents and tangible objects. Why do I think that she's talking about this? Because on January 30th, Ann Taylor responded and said that there are no books, papers, documents, photographs, or copies or portions thereof in the possession of the defendant at this time, which would be submitted at the time of trial. She's saying that they don't have any of that stuff, but the defendant, she also asked that we haven't been given anything pursuant to number 4, permit the defendant to inspect and copy all books, papers, documents, photographs, tangible items, copies, portions of thereof, which is in the possession or the control of the prosecuting attorney, and which are material to the preparations for the defendant, or are intended for use by the prosecutor as evidence at the trial, or obtained from or belonging to the defendant. They were at his apartment, they were at his parents' house, they were at the school. Anything that you have, we get a copy of. Number 5, reports. So Ann Taylor went back and filed discovery request 23, and it had to do with the initial, like, hey, you are bound to Rule 16, and whatever she attached, she basically said, we don't have this, and she has reason to believe that it exists. All right. And so you have to go back and ask yourselves by looking back at the doc to say, okay, what is Ann Taylor asking for? What could she even be potentially saying that she does not have? Well, number 5, reports of examinations or tests Permit the defendant to inspect and copy any experiments. Well, guess what that is? The timing that it would take for one person to kill all people inside that house. That's an experiment. We never got that, right? And you're going to testify to this, right? Gilbertson, or control of the prosecuting attorney, or the existence of which is known or is available to the prosecuting attorney by the exercise of due diligence. Number 6, state witnesses. You must provide a written list of the names, addresses, phone numbers, and or reasonable means of contact. So back then she was asking for all of this shit. NCIC report and a Spillman report of any such person. Provide the statements made by the prosecution witnesses or prospective witnesses made to the prosecuting attorneys or their agents or to any official involved in the investigatory pieces of the case. Ready? Ready for this one? Steve G. On or about February 8th, 2023, Bill Thompson declared under the penalties of pains of perjury, he filled out an affidavit, and he said that the members of the Gonsalves family who are represented by Mr. Shannon Gray are potential witnesses in this case, including at trial and or sentencing. So now going back, provide the statements made by the prosecution witnesses or prospective witnesses made to the prosecuting attorney or their agents or to any official involved in the investigatory process of this case. This includes statements to employees of the prosecutor's office, such as witness coordinators. Witness coordinators. In the Karen Reed case, everybody be talking to that Steve Nelson up in there. Well, here, Ann Taylor comes out the gate swinging. All of this should have been documented. Witness coordinators and all of the members of any law enforcement agency that had any involvement in this matter. Now, this is where it's going to get interesting. Ready? Obviously, we don't know about provided the defendant all reports, memorandums, and all rough notes, field notes of any agent, officers, and investigators involved in the investigation or the prosecution of the defendant in connection with the above entitled case. Then we have the digital media records. Then we get to number 10, search warrants. Now this one's special. Provide all documentation in support of any search warrant issued in connection with this case. Applications for search warrants, whether granted or denied. All affidavits, declarations, and material in support of such search warrants. All search warrants and all search warrants returns and their inventories. Now, I went ahead and pulled up Rules 16, Discovery and Inspection. And number 2 is information not subject to disclosure except as permitted by Rule 16A1A through D, F, and G. This rule does not authorize the discovery or inspection of reports, memoranda, or other internal government documents made by an attorney for the government or other government agent in connection with investigating or prosecuting the case. Nor does this rule authorize the discovery or inspection of statements made by prospective government witnesses except as provided in 18 U.S.C. 3500. Now, this is the federal rule. So, also grand jury transcripts. This rule does not apply to the discovery or inspection of a grand jury's recorded proceedings except as provided in Rule 16, or Rule 6, 12H, 16A1, and 26.2. So let's go back to this little. It is not lost on me, actually, the transparency that Ashley Jennings and Bill Jennings, I said that on purpose, were involved with investigative duties that normally you would not see a prosecutor do, such as writing up search warrants. Okay. You have 120 agents on this case, allegedly, supposedly, and the prosecutors are writing up search warrants. They're also communicating, which would be memorandums, which would be notes, which would be communications back and forth. And you do not have to disclose that. Now, going back to after search warrants, obviously we have exculpatory evidence. This is anything that they have in their possession that is all favorable or exculpatory evidence, information, and documents in possession of the prosecuting attorney's office or other agencies or person available to the prosecution through due diligence. That's basically saying if you know of something, you have a duty to disclose it. I'm not too interested in 12, 13, 14, 15, and 17 I am. 13 is the identification. So the disclosure of whether a defendant or any other person was identified by lineup, show up, photo spread, or similar identification proceeding relating to the offense charge. Now, Ann Taylor most certainly covered everything to do with Dylan by wording it this way, in my opinion, and production of any pictures utilized or resulting therefrom, and the names, addresses, and telephone numbers of all identifying witnesses. This is identification, disclosure of whether a defendant and or other persons. Woo! Other persons. Let's get nasty with it. Everybody just thinks we're talking about Brian motherfucking Kohlberger. No, Ann Taylor said, Number 13, boilerplate, but you should know about it, or other persons. Was identified by lineup, show up, photo spread, or similar identification proceeding relating to the offense charged. Third-party culprits. We're talking about the third-party culprits. Okay, so Bethany, what did you see? Okay. So again, disclosure of whether a defendant or any other person. Boom daddy, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Ann Taylor's all about that third party right now. Why do you think on 3/24/2023, Bethany was subpoenaed to show up for the preliminary hearing? And then all of a sudden, see your grand jury. And that's not just Bethany, guys. This is any other person. So you talk to anybody, right? And somebody was disclosed. So identification, disclosure of whether a defendant or any other person was identified by not even just a lineup, but this is a lineup, show up, photo spread, or similar identification proceeding related to the offense charged. So if you're walking around and you're asking people, hey, have you ever seen this person? Who is this person? Anything. That type of shit. Number 14, evidence pursuant to IRE404B. Remember, we talked about this. This is 404B. This is a requirement of mandatory disclosure. The prosecution must disclose the general nature of evidence of other crimes, wrongdoings, or acts it intends to introduce at trial as required by 404B. I believe that they just could have potentially just put that in there as well to remind Ashley Jennings of what the fuck her obligations are. But so 13, huge. 15, ready. Electronic surveillance. Disclosure of the defendant's status as an aggrieved person as defined by 18 C. So I went ahead and I pulled this up. Copies of all records and recordings related to all electronic surveillance and set forth in writing the circumstances thereof. Remember, December 23rd, 2022, to the arrest. They had a trap trying to chase, all that stuff put on his phone. Okay. I went ahead and I pulled up (18) U.S. Code definition. Wire communication. We all know what wire communication is, right? They were tapping his ass. Oral communication. Any oral communication uttered by a person. 3, state means any state. So it's just defining by any state. So intercept, electronic, any telephone, telegraph, instrument, equipment, furnished to the subscriber or user by provider by a wire or electronic communication service in the ordinance course of its business. Yep. So you're going to sit here and say December 23rd to the time that he was arrested. You guys better have stuff because you guys definitely wiretapped him. Trap, shun, and trace, right? Or at least they did that. Trap, shun, and trace, like all that information. What else did I find that was interesting? Yeah. It basically, it speaks for itself. And then we'll go on to subpoenas. Now, this is when I put on my thinking cap. And I called Miss Potts and I said, hey, Miss Potts, I want to explain something to you that I think occurred here in this situation. But if I'm reading these rules correctly, and that's why I want anybody to correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems as if you read Cyray's affidavits, and you kind of hone in on he was talking about Ashley Jennings, and yep, the same prosecutor, you have bigger issues here, things of that nature. But it seems like they had a sit down. Everybody had a sit down really early on in this case. And this sit down consisted of, listen, I know you guys are not used to homicides, especially something of this nature, but it is imperative to understand that if you want to have a successful prosecution, everything that you guys do is discoverable, but there are ways to get things that would not be discoverable. And so therefore, right off the rip, okay, if you're so worried about what would be discoverable and what wouldn't be discoverable based on, hey, we know loopholes within our own fucking government, like our system. And if you're having a conversation and explaining this, I believe right off the rip, you're colluding, because you want to explain that if certain people do stuff, then it is not discoverable, or it's going to be very hard to discover it, means of turning it over, things of that nature. And that would be right off the rip that you are already thinking about how we can go about fucking over Americans and their rights. Okay? Because we're going to loophole it from the beginning. Now, again, I could be completely wrong, but I think there's evidence here to suggest that were people doing certain things because it would be deemed, for example, Judge Hippler puts in one of his footnotes that the defendant never produced this search warrant affidavit, and so therefore we couldn't, blah, blah, blah. Well, the defendant couldn't provide that because it was never provided to the defendant. So number 17, subpoenas. Provide copies. Ann Taylor was asking, provide copies for each and every subpoena issued by the state to any person or entity, regardless of whether served or not. By the state. Do you see that? By the state. Because guess what? Ann Taylor can't ask for anything other than that from the state. Ann Taylor's under the impression that the state of Idaho is who's prosecuting Brian Kohlberger. Oh, but contraire. Okay. What did the feds do? So then 18, certifications. Provide verification of the hire date of all law enforcement officers that may be called as a witness in this matter, or who were involved in the investigation and or arrest in this case. Provide a copy. That is what Ann Taylor then signed. All the way back here. Then Ann Taylor in 2025, June 2nd, is basically telling the state, hey, remember how we were asking for all of this shit that you were required to do? Well, Ann Taylor, she found something and then went, okay, now remind you, this is what the state back in January of 2023 in a response to this, okay, this was the defense asking for the discovery. This is the state responding. And it says, so I was comparing these two back in the day, and I've already mentioned this once, but very, very early on does the state out themselves. They say any relevant written or recorded statements made by the defendant or copies, everything that they were asking for, number one, okay? is, it says see Exhibit A. So everybody says, oh, when they're talking about Exhibit A, they're talking about Brett Payne's affidavit. No. That's not accurate. Okay. Exhibit A is for this request. In Exhibit A, you're going to see, which was attached, Exhibit A, and that would be police reports and documents covered by this rule that we just went over, which are in the possession of the state, having been disclosed to counsel for the defendant as of this day. The material consists of 995 pages, audio, video, and it's saying AV1. And then, so there's just one video. And then these are photos, and you have 1,865 photos. Now, I went back and checked the Moscow Police Department when they were doing the updates during the investigation and the manhunt, we'll say. And this number is used. That exact number is used. So I believe that this has to do with everything initially got by MPD. It has to do with 1122. Okay, this is what they got on the initial disclosure. And they were trying to say that this is all that they were in possession of at that time. Okay, is they were in possession of 995 pages of stuff that had to do with police reports and documents covered by ICR 16. And so that was 95 pages, 1 through 95, 1 through 995. And then they had, see, it says audio, video, and it says AV, and it says 00001. When you actually go through this case file, you're going to see that this number just keeps on, you know, when it goes to the next one, it's 2, and then it's 3, and then it's 4, whatever they're labeling these audio/video. So if like the 911 call, that would be considered an audio, okay? And that would be its own record. So what do we think that they turned over? AV, my guess is, you would think would be what? The 911 call? Anyways, going back. So she tells Ashley Jennings and Bill Thompson tell Ann Taylor, see Exhibit A for that. Number 2 is any written or recorded statements of a co-defendant. Okay. And this, you know, so that, and she says, or I'm sorry, then Ashley Jennings and Bill Thompson say, again, see Exhibit A. Like everything to do with that is in here. Defendant's prior criminal record, if any. Again, see Exhibit A. It's going to be within those 995 pages. Any books, papers, documents, photographs, tangible objects, buildings or places or copies of portions thereof. That, again, she says, see Exhibit A to Ann Taylor. In addition, deputies and officers from the Latah County Sheriff's Office, Idaho State Police, Moscow Police Department, Idaho Fish and Game, and other law enforcement agencies may record their law enforcement contacts via an audio recorder or audio video recorder. Any audio and video recordings related to this matter are available for review and duplication on request, subject to this provision, which is 16B9. We're going to go to that in a second. But right here, in addition, if you want anything to do with this, which includes the Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, Moscow Police Department, Idaho Fish and Gaming, and other law enforcement agencies. They may record their stuff via audio recorder and or body cam. And so if you want any of that, any audio and video recordings related to this matter are available for review and duplication on request. So Ann Taylor, when she's making these requests, when you have these supplementals, all these supplementals requests, we have all these supplementals because these motherfuckers are telling us we have to specifically ask for the shit. Once we see these police reports that we see in 1 through 95, okay, we have a police report from this, let's just say, for example, Noonan's. In his police report, he mentions that he has a body cam and a dash cam. Our request goes in and we say, we want the body cam and the dash cam. And then we say, a source, Noonan's report. In the second request, who was there? This person, same thing. And so these are how these supplementals start. And then you're saying number 1, and that's your request. Number 2, that's your request. But it was when I went back and read this, and I was like, well, no, look at this shit. Then now think back to Ann Taylor asking Mowry, hey, Mowry, hey, Brett Payne, do you see in these reports that it says that so-and-so collected X surveillance camera from X place, coffee place? Where is that? How do I go and get that? And he's like, I don't know. You have to go talk to the custodian of evidence. Do you know what I'm talking about? No. So think about this, that in their initial disclosure, all they provided Ann Taylor with on 1/23/2023 was 995 pages, and this would have to do with police reports, and then 1 audio, and then 1,855 pages of pictures. Okay? Do you see that? No body cams, no dash cams. Ann Taylor would have had to seek out all that shit. Next. Now, pursuant to, it says subject to the provisions of ICR 16B9. Well, where's my 16B9 here? So 16B. I think that's where's 16? Well, we'll come back to that because I don't have it readily available right now. It's in another piece of paper, so hang tight. So next, pursuant to said subsection and exception as otherwise specified herein, any such digital media is unredacted and may contain protected information. Thus, further distribution is restricted, obviously, unless the state provides express written consent or blah, blah, blah. The next thing, any results or reports of physical or mental examination and or scientific tests. IgG is scientific testing. Give a fuck what anybody says. I would even call it experiment made in connection with this particular case or copies thereof within the possession, custody or control of the prosecuting attorney, it says see Exhibit A. So they're saying that Exhibit A, from out of those 995 pages, that exists. Okay. Number 6, a written list of names, addresses. Again, it says any record of prior felony convictions of any such persons which is within the knowledge of the prosecuting attorney, and all statements made by the prosecution witnesses or prospective prosecution witnesses to the prosecuting attorney or the prosecuting attorney's agents or any official involved in this investigatory process of the case have been or will be disclosed or otherwise made available. So it's saying that, yep, we're going to disclose that. See Exhibit A. Consistent with, then it gives a state with Ramirez versus State and Idaho Public Safety and Security Information, restrictions on dissemination of the criminal history. So basically, like, you're not allowed to give this out, but we can handle that. Number 7, any written summary or report of any testimony that the state intends to introduce pursuant to Rule 702.3.5 of the Idaho Rules of Evidence. Again, see Exhibit 8 or see Exhibit A. That has to do with expert witnesses, but they haven't even gone into that. Any reports and or memorandums in possession of the prosecuting attorney which were made by any police officer or investigators in connection with this investigation or the prosecution of this has been or will be disclosed, otherwise available. Now, see how they said any police officer or investigator in connection with this investigation? Do you see that? What about Ashley? What about Bill? What about their roles in this case as investigators? What about their shit? That's why I came back to this. I'm like, wait a second. They were specific to say this is by any police officer. Ashley's not a police officer, and neither is Bill. Or investigator in connection. They're not an investigator either. These are attorneys who, if I'm not mistaken, it excludes anything that they would have been doing from disclosure. And is this have anything to do with what Syray was saying when he's saying Ashley Jennings, the prosecutor in this case, Maury's saying, hey, make sure you put this in and make sure you do this. And she's over here writing up these search warrants. Why? If he's telling her what to do, why doesn't he just do it? And she has no fucking clue what she's doing. In a case of this magnitude, why would you be doing that? Well, it's very simple. Light bulb goes off and you say, oh, wait, discovery. Could that be a reason? I don't know. All material or information within the prosecuting attorney's possession and or control, which tends to negate the guilt of the accused. And they're saying, see Exhibit A. Well, I know that timing advance records are exculpatory. I know that Dylan, her extraction of her phone, because she's deleting because she's not asleep when she's told the police that she was asleep. So that would be, she gave them false information. Now, in addition, with regard to material or information which may be exculpatory as used or interpreted, the state requests that the defendant inform the state in writing of the defense which will be asserted in this case, so counsel for the state can determine if any additional material or information may be material. Do you see this shit? When you actually go back and you read some of this stuff, they're saying, well, just tell me what your defense is going to be, and then that way I'll be able to tell you what's exculpatory. They put that in writing. Y'all, just in addition, with regard to material information, which, you think may be exculpatory, as user interpreted, the state requests that the defendant inform the state in writing of the defense, which will be asserted in this case, so counsel for the state can determine. Whoa. And all I have to say is, wow. I can't believe they put that in writing. Number 10. As you can see, these were already started because they're important for Lana. To the extent that information exists regarding an informant who is not going to be produced as a witness, including recordings or written statements of an informant or that identify an informant, such information is not subject to disclosure, and the state asserts the informant privileges right there. And I went back and checked, like I've always done, and Bill lost his shit to number 10. But one must go back and look at if he's going in order, okay? If he's going in order, and I've already broken it down. So number 10, search warrants. Provide all documentation in support of any search warrants issued in connection with this case, applications for search warrants, whether granted or not, all affidavits, declarations, all material, blah, blah, blah. But then up above that, it says, it asks for exculpatory evidence, and they just went ahead and said that they are invoking informant privileges. And then they come out and tell us that this was because of the IGG. Next is the state objects to request by the defendant for anything not otherwise addressed above on the grounds that such requests are outside the scope and or are not subject to disclosure under 16G, work product and informants. And when you go and you look up 16G, ICR 16G, and I'm like, what? The state objects to request by a defendant for anything not otherwise addressed above on the grounds that such requests are outside the scope and or are not subject to disclosure under 16G, work product and informants. Wherever this response indicates that certain evidence, number 12, or materials have been or will be disclosed or otherwise made available, such indication should not be construed as confirmation that such evidence or material exists, but simply as an indication that if such evidence or material exists, they have been or will be disclosed or made available to the defendant. So because of this, I believe that Ann Taylor came back to this document and said, let's revisit some shit here. Furthermore, any items which are listed in Exhibit A, but are not specifically provided or which are referred to in a document which are listed as Exhibit A, are available for inspection upon appointment with the prosecuting attorneys. So then we find out that the Exhibit A, everything there, oh, you got to come meet with us, and we're going to go ahead and give that to you. Additionally, all property forms, chain of custody documents, and similar items are likewise available for inspection on appointment and are hereby deemed to be part of Exhibit A for purposes of this response. Pursuant to Idaho Rule 16J, if the state subsequently discovers additional evidence or evidence of additional witnesses or decides to use additional evidence or witnesses, the state will promptly notify the defendant and the court. When Ann Taylor, now looking at everything that we know, that Ann Taylor would have known when she saw this, the word screams, you are hiding, okay? What are you hiding? But now looking back, you're hiding shit. It's that obvious. And then February 8th. Hey, Bill Thompson on the record, the Gonsalves and their family, the Gonsalveses, the members of the family who are represented by Mr. Shannon Gray are potential witnesses in this case, including at trial and or at sentencing. Now, June 6, 2023, they're stipulating to this protective order. Now, what is this protective order in, and what does it have to do with? Well, let's find out. Comes out of the above parties, and it has to do with 16. Okay. 1. This protective order pertains to records obtained from the University of Idaho during the course of the investigation of this case. Those records fall into 2 categories. Ready? The first category is the victims. Maddie, Kaylee, Ethan, and Xana. Category 1. Category 2. Records from the University of Idaho pertaining to other individuals, plural, including students, faculty, and staff, and records from the University of Idaho's Office of Civil Rights Investigation. Civil Rights Investigation. OCRI. Okay. This was stipulated on June 6, 2023. This would have been right after Ann Taylor finds out a month prior that they went with the secret grand jury. Okay. Now, what does this mean? Well, by way of background, the records of the University of Idaho are protected by various federal and state laws, including the Family Educational Rights and Privacy, FERP, as well as various state personal information privacy protections. The state has been advised by legal counsel for the University of Idaho that FERPA protections do not survive the death of the subject individuals. Consequently, FERPA issues in this case do not apply to the University of Idaho records regarding right here. However, other personal privacy protections remain, including protected information as defined by those others. There you go. Why is this important? Well, I'm curious. So the state will redact that information in accordance with Idaho Criminal Rule 16D, and the parties will comply with protection afforded by said rule. As to University of Idaho rules, or records rather, other than those pertaining to Madison, Kaylee, Ethan, and Xana, the parties stipulate to the entry of a protective order limiting access of those records to direct review by defense counsel, and with the provision that any further dissemination of or use of those records would be prohibited absent a specific court order or further stipulation of the parties. Now, Hitler I went back and looked at this recent order, and it says the order granting access to sealed records dated May 5th, 2025 is sealed pursuant. He realized that he made a mistake, and it's actually June 5th, 2025. So the order granting access to sealed records dated June 5th, 2025 is sealed pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1, 32I, E3A46, and Idaho Code Title 19, Chapter 11. So I'm looking into what the fuck that is at the moment. But the parties recognize that further dissemination or use may require redaction or compliance with that mandates notice for the subject persons prior to their dissemination or use. Remember, this pertains to, this is everybody that's the others. Anybody they would have went and got their records. Okay. So, a protective order is hereby entered limiting access of those records pertaining to students, faculty and staff, and records from the University of Idaho's Office of Civil Rights Investigations to direct review by defense counsel, and with the provision that any further dissemination or use of those records is prohibited absent a specific court order to further stipulate of the parties. So I'm curious if this has anything to do with anything that's going on right now. Again, I don't know. All I can tell you is I thought it was interesting with the civil rights investigation. Like civil rights, we know what our civil rights are, right? What did people think they were going to find in civil rights? Well, if any of these students or anybody that was being investigated, were they be like what's up? What do you guys think? Now, on June 13th, this is Ann Taylor and team writing and saying, defendants replied to state's supplemental response to defendant's motion regarding grand jury records and transcripts. Okay. And the state argues that Mr. Colbert is only entitled to an audio recording and or transcript of the grand jury proceeding and the grand jury notes, but not the other enumerated items set forth in Idaho Criminal Rule 6. Now, just to remind everybody, because I think everybody forgets that this was set to be heard for a prelim in June of 2023. They said, hey, we can wait 6 months because there's so much discovery, whatever, because January was the arrest of 2023. And then they stipulated to, okay, yep, we'll have this preliminary hearing. And I believe it was June 26, 2023 was the exact date. Okay. And so if you can indict a ham sandwich, okay, why not just indict Brian Kober? America doesn't know that Brian Kober this is what was supposed to happen. And then, okay, all of this shit is going on with Ann Taylor is sniffing it out. She knows. Okay. She's catching on to things. Why do you think she knows? Because she's a veteran lawyer over there who knows what the fuck they've been doing, who knows how they play. So, Brian Kober wasn't indicted by a grand jury until May of 2023. And it was only because after they stipulated to go ahead and have this preliminary hearing, after Ann Taylor starts making moves to subpoena and bring in town Bethany, made this shit go crazy. March 24th, 2023. So, the release of the grand jury proceedings governed by rule and statute are materials necessary for Mr. Kober's defense. All right, so this is after, here as you can see, procedural background. Mr. Kober was indicted by a grand jury on May 16th. He filed a motion to make available the records of all proceedings of the grand jury pursuant to 6.2, and a motion requesting release of grand jury materials under qualified protective order on May 19th. The state then filed their state's response to defendant's motion regarding grand jury record and transcript and a proposed order on May 30th. The parties were unable to reach an agreement regarding the release of the grand jury materials, which resulted in the state filing their state's supplemental response to defendant's motion regarding grand jury record and transcript on June 6th. The defense replied as follows. Here we go. Mr. Kober has a legal right to challenge the grand jury indictment, and the court should release all records requested in his motion. Mr. Kober is facing 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of burglary. Because of the first-degree murder charges, the state can file notice of intent to seek the death penalty. After Mr. Kober's early January court appearance, counsel for Mr. Kober and the state planned for a preliminary hearing scheduled the week of June. Oh, there you go, Lana. Good memory. June 26, 2023. A preliminary hearing would have allowed the defense to challenge evidence the state claims to have had against Mr. Kober. The state, as its option, chose to proceed with a secret grand jury. A grand jury was impaneled at a time when the small community of Moscow, Idaho, had been exposed to 6 months of intense local, national, and international media coverage. Let's not all forget that. This all keeps coming back to, wow, yeah, you guys planned, hey, let's run it all the way out. Let's get a ton of exposure out there. We got fucking Dateline pumping our shit. Okay, let's run all these hit pieces. Okay. And then we're going to impanel a secret grand jury with everybody after they've watched all the fucking hit pieces. The leak, the Dateline leak started, and they produced that shit January 13th, 2023. And y'all know who you are. Now, because the state has provided extensive discovery, Mr. Colbert knows that exculpatory evidence exists because of this extensive discovery. Now, they have that, as I just read it, because Ann Taylor had to ask for very specific stuff because they weren't giving her the stuff. If you want it, you ask for it, and then you can come and see it, and we'll make duplicate copies, okay? Otherwise, that shit should have never been leaving the evidence room, okay? That stuff should have never left the evidence locker. Unless you've created some working copy of something, but everything should be there unless Ann Taylor's walking her happy ass down there to inspect and get and make duplicate copies so that she has a copy of it. Anything that was outside of the 995 pages and that one video audio. Mr. Colbert knows that exculpatory evidence exists. Whether a fair and impartial panel of grand jurors was assembled amidst intense media coverage is a significant question the defense must evaluate. Whether inadmissible or exculpatory evidence was presented to the grand jury is a significant question. The reason she wanted to know higher dates, okay, is based on higher dates and what people can testify to the hearsay, okay. Why do you think Mowry had to testify versus Payne? I mean, this is so dirty, but people don't know about this. And this is about our rights. Okay, this has nothing to do with Brian Colbert. Let's say his name was Jane Doe. Jane, a chick. So, and while there are many other legal arguments Mr. Colbert may pursue related to the grand jury proceeding, how the grand jury was selected and what evidence was presented illustrates good cause for the defendant's need for all the material set forth in its motion. Mr. Colbert is entitled to pursue relief on a single error. Just a single error is all you need. Or better yet, cumulative errors. To determine if there are cumulative errors, good cause exists to review all items requested in his motion. Cumulative error exists when the cumulative effect of the errors, none of which alone might have made enough to tip the scale, but altogether, pursuant to Idaho Criminal Rule 48, Idaho codes, blah, 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 stayed while he challenges the indictment because he was trying to keep his right to a speedy trial intact. Okay? Because he's on this path for a speedy trial. They just go ahead and do this. And now it's like, whoa, wait. Now you indicted him, but we still want to have this speedy trial, right? But we need to stay here because we're about to put in a motion because this is all complete bullshit, right? The rules provide for the release of all enumerated items in Mr. Colbert's motion without good cause. Mr. Colbert is requesting items listed in the Idaho Criminal Rule 6 and Idaho Codes. Mr. Colbert is not seeking anything outside of rule or statute. Each portion of the grand jury proceeding is specified in his original motion and in the rule. The state suggestions that he should listen to the audio recording and or review a transcript of incomplete proceeding merely adds delay to Mr. Colbert's ability to challenge grand jury indictment. Essentially, Mr. Colbert is asked to, quote unquote, look at some but not all, and then ask for more at a later time. This has always been their shit. This has always been their shit. Mr. Culber's right of a speedy trial has not been waived. So we have to I keep talking about this, all these grounds that I believe that Brian Culber has a literally like an appeal. Okay. And I believe that this is one that's really, really significant. Okay. Because he had to waive basically his right to a speedy trial. Okay. Because he got fucked with not having that preliminary hearing, which would have potentially would have shown that they didn't have X, Y, and Z to challenge the evidence. So Mr. Culber's right of a speedy trial has not been waived. This sort of delay would require either a waiver of his important right to a speedy trial or for counsel to represent him less than fully prepared. As such, Mr. Culber, under separate but contemporaneous filings, is requesting that his case be stayed during the now contested process of obtaining materials he must examine. Authority for a stay is contained in Ohio Code, blah, blah, blah. Mr. Culber is acting with diligence to discover grounds upon which to challenge the indictment through a motion to dismiss. Okay. And now this is going to get really, really, it's going to all wrap up in a bow here. The state's obstruction of release of the full grand jury proceedings is creating unnecessary delay. This case should be stayed until Mr. Culber has complete access to all matters related to the grand jury proceedings and until such time as he can file an Idaho Rule 48 motion to dismiss the indictment. Or, as Mr. Culber is requesting, the court should order all grand jury records released so the defense work can be done. So do this right now, release it. Mr. Culber seeks access to these records, whether sealed or under a qualified protective order. Defense counsel needs to be able to disclose the grand jury records to the defense team, including relevant experts, so on and so forth. I want to stop right here and talk about something. Let's go back to this Dateline leak. This Dateline leak is not only, this Dateline leak has literally been at the beginning and has been integral part of this leak. I don't even want to refer to it. Fuck, it's called Dateline leak. The leak in this case has played a huge role from the beginning in who was on every airway at every time possible. This leak, okay, in and of itself, Mr. Hippler, this leak didn't just disrupt matters in your courtroom. It's been disrupting matters since the moment that anybody would have been arrested in this case. The role and what it's played in this leak so you go and you look now at, I don't know if Annie Potts is still in chat, but we go and we look recently, Brian Culber his name is popped up as the plaintiff in 17 total. One was the defendant, but 16 were the plaintiff. And people think that they're for these subpoenas for trial. This is what people think. That they are trial subpoenas. Show up for trial. Okay, well, I think one would have to read the documents and see what it's truly about. Okay, we have no idea what's been ordered or what the parties both talked about. Like, hey, what are you guys doing to find out who the leak is? What are you guys doing to find out who the leak is? Remember, each side, Hitler's like, you're going to have 7 days to come back and tell me and give me a list of everybody and anybody who's had access to this, right? And then what each side, you know? And so when you pull up what Brian Kober filed, now, everything is out of Whitman County, except for one, which is in Adams County, which is the neighboring county. But it's for miscellaneous. It's by ways of, I'm trying to break this down for like the best way a layman like us can know it. This leak for Brian Kober has been a problem since the beginning. Has been a problem since the beginning. And that's just what I've showed here, is that I just showed you guys that this was on the path to be a preliminary hearing, okay? That the non-dissemination order had to get changed right after the Dateline episode on the 13th of January. They came out with a new one on the 18th. It had to be improvised, okay? Then there was another one. Then you have Shannon Gray literally getting into it with people and saying that his clients can say whatever they want and blah, 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 okay? And then you have people that are arguing with Shannon Gray saying, all of you guys should shut the fuck up, basically. Like, and the G's are like, we're not going to shut the fuck up. And hey, great, that's their right. Go ahead. But what the G's are saying is information that was leaked to them. So the G's aren't the source of the leak. They just prove that there is a leak. So all the talking that the G's have done and everything that they've said, as well as other people, such as Dateline, such as 2020, any article where there's, hey, this information isn't publicly available. How did you know this? Okay. All of that stuff. You clearly got that information from somebody that was not supposed to be disseminating anything, right? And if the non-dissemination order didn't come into effect until 1/3/2023, okay, ready? When people say to me, well, Lana, the dissemination happened though. What if it happened before this date? And here's where I'm going to show you guys, stop. You are wrong. One reason. This is when the order came in for the non-dissemination. The first one ever. And then it was amended a couple different times after that. Guess when Brian Kober's phone was in possession of who? He's arrested on this day. What, 29th in the middle of the night? 30th? But you have to track Brian's phone, because Brian's phone, even though it's in the possession of somebody, when did it actually get the words downloaded? Cellbrite. What are those dates? Remember how Maury was asked a bunch of questions about the phone and how he's just like, I don't know, poof, it just appeared. You don't know where you got it? Who gave you Brian's phone? It was in Pennsylvania. You weren't in Pennsylvania, right, buddy? Okay, so let's go. Walk me through Brian's phone. Well, the FBI got it originally. Oh, okay. The FBI had it. Okay. Yeah. Who's Tanzola? Who's Tanzola? FBI had it. And then so there wasn't a warrant yet for it. So do you believe when the FBI, they downloaded? Did they look through it? No. How do you know? Were you fucking hanging out with them? Were you with them? No, you weren't. If you go back and you listen to all the things that Ann Taylor was asking, she was asking so many questions that had it was still within relevancy of what she was doing. But dude, she was on step 10 and Jennings and them are on step 1. But can you believe that the people that were impaneled specifically for the grand jury, they got everything that happened up to finding the person and arresting them. So they got 6 weeks to 7 weeks of the manhunt. Then they arrest them. Then they wait until, I don't know, end of April to impanel this grand jury, maybe beginning of May. And like just the defense says, hey, leak all this shit out, put these fucking hit pieces out there, right? And we're going to impanel them a grand jury after inadmissible evidence was out there for jurors to go ahead and see. That seems like really cool, right? You guys, none of that shit's normal. So I'm over here like, dude, why I gotta do all this shit if he's so guilty? Why don't we talk about the true path on how this has all been handled? And it has nothing to do with if I think Brian Kober is innocent or guilty. It has to do with what the fuck is our government doing in holding people accountable? Just like we expect to hold criminals accountable, you can only hold people accountable by doing it the right way. Otherwise, criminals walk. Well, no, they don't, because we just make sure that they don't, because we just do whatever the fuck we want, says the government. Hence we're the FBI. And if you think that we're going to let him walk in a technicality, you're wrong. Well, how can you ensure that Brian Kober isn't going to walk on a technicality? How does the FBI have that type of authority? In conclusion, Mr. Kober is entitled to review all grand jury proceedings as set forth in his original motion to make available the record, blah, blah, blah. Although good cause is not required, it exists because a grand jury was impaneled after 6 months of intense media coverage in a small community. Exculpatory evidence exists, and there may be a single error or cumulative errors which require the examination of the entire grand jury record. Now, Bethany has exculpatory evidence to whatever Dylan has said. And everybody thinks that what is out there is the only stuff that Dylan has said. No fucking way. Call bullshit on all of that shit. No way. No way is that's all. Before it was taken off the internet, Batanti said that Bethany has something that is only she can testify to it. What she heard, what she saw. And this, what she heard and what she saw, is exculpatory to Brian Kohlberger. The only person that could testify is Bethany to that. What she heard and what she saw, because of, you know, whatever she's going to be talking about. And now I figured it out. This whole time, because you have to go look and see when Josiah Roloff was hired by Ann Taylor. And you have Bethany calls Dylan first. Why would Bethany call Dylan first? If it was they can say whatever air they want to call it. They leave stuff out, and then remember the state's original thing, and they start where it's like, we're all like, wait a second, whatever Dylan's saying here, something has to be right before that. Oh, yeah. And then the defense fills us in. So if Bethany calls Dylan first, and then Dylan, that means Dylan did not call Bethany to say, oh my God, I just saw a masked man in our house. Okay. Whatever Bethany said to Dylan is what made Dylan begin to do stuff. Okay. So if you look at the call and the text messages, Dylan is doing nothing until Bethany calls Dylan. Then Dylan starts doing things that was like texting or calling the roommates. It wasn't until Bethany calls Dylan. And she calls Dylan. What time? $4:19 and some change, right? $4:19 and some change, and then $4:20 and some change. The car speeding away. And remember what Ann Taylor says is that I find it hard to believe that if what y'all said is truly happening, that Bethany nor Dylan basically does what? Leaves the house. Dylan doesn't do anything until Bethany calls. Then in the text messages, it's Bethany that says that she saw Xana. Xana was wearing all black. That comes from Bethany. Xana was wearing all black. When is the last time that would be part of your text string and be talking about Xana wearing all black if that had nothing to do with what the fuck y'all are talking about? Point of the matter here, guys, is that Bethany is the one that's alerting Dylan to everything. It's not Dylan alerting Bethany. It's Bethany calling Dylan and saying something. Whatever it is that she said. Let me pull up one piece of paper here. Ooh, I think that came out in... Remember, everything went haywire when Ann Taylor wanted to bring in Bethany Funk for the preliminary hearing. Everything went fucking haywire. And then that's when new people came in and were assigned to the case. They brought people in. Ashley Jennings and Bill. It was in April. And then secret grand jury. When Ann Taylor starts asking lots of questions and then files that she's bringing Bethany Funk in. Okay. Now, if you go to right here, defendant's amended notice of filing affidavit here. Let me see if this one's it. Yeah. What date does he say? Okay. I have reviewed Josiah Roloff. I have reviewed the documents titled DM 1113 bubble format and BM 1113 bubble format, which contain data extracted from mobile devices used by individuals identified as DM and BM. These documents reflect periods of activity on the mobile devices that would require user interaction with the device for them to occur, specifically for the date of November 13, 2022. The documents include artifacts and content demonstrating a variety of user interactions, including incoming and outgoing native text messages, incoming and outgoing Snapchat message artifacts, indicated by the application identifier, whatever it is, voice and video calls conducted via Snapchat and the native phone dialer, creation, modification, and deletion of multimedia files such as images and videos, application usage logs showing when specific apps were opened and closed, and then internet browsing artifacts and quote-unquote cookie data showing access to particular websites or internet-based services. Now, states replied to defendant's objection to motion in limine RE text messages. $4:19 and 7 seconds. I'm just going to print this because I want to show it because it's easier to see. Okay. Mr. Colbert herein provides a more complete but not exhaustive view of DM and BF's communications and interactions with social media during the hours established by the state. Objection to state's text message exhibits 1 and 2, DM and BF phone record for the phone activity during the state's timeline. BF phone record. So you'd have to see this page again to see that this tells me that they only used the CDRs. So I'm going to show this on the screen. Okay. We're going to put these side by side. Okay. When the state first put out their motion in limine, basically the trial, like they did the grand jurors, like, we want to be able to do this shit. So hold on. Hold on, I'm just closing some stuff out. All right. So when you put this timeline, LL is for Linda Lane. And now at one, like, I don't know, 28 seconds, Gower going west, from east to west onto Taylor to come then and drop them off. And his vehicle is seen on Linda Lane. Then his vehicle is seen leaving. So from 1:56 in their arrival home, then it's pretty much 1:57, you could say, like, going inside. Within 13 minutes of that, you're going to sit here and tell me that the girls were upstairs conversing and having girl talk in the bedroom of, and the people that were all up there were Maddie, Kaylee, Bethany, and Dylan. This is according to one of the survivors. Okay, all of these people are they'd be on the third floor talking, talking, and that Ethan and Xana were not home. Okay, and that they all decided that they were going to go out again and go get food, even though Kaylee and Maddie had just gotten back from the grub truck. Okay, so DM to EG Uber driver, inquiring if he was driving. Why are you asking if he's driving? The girls just got dropped off from him. Okay. So you're going to ask, inquiring if he was driving. I mean, I can say, like, are you still driving? I want to know the language of this. But just to say, and remember, this would be DM to EG. What was kept out of the grand jury was this. Remember, this is not exhaustive. Then supposedly, here we go. Oh, hold on. Now, if Mark B is in here, okay, but if you're going off of Linda Lane, E G is Mark in here? Want to give him some street cred. Comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Lake Salt County prosecuting attorney and respectfully moves this court for me allowing the state to admit the text messages of DM on November 13th, 2022, and the testimony from BF regarding their conversations with each other on November 13th, 2022. Now, in the state, you can do in Idaho, if one in Ohio, you wouldn't be able to do this, but in Idaho, basically, let's say that one of these two people, they don't remember what. So if I call you and we have a conversation and then you testify that you don't remember, I don't remember what the conversation was about. I was so drunk. Okay. On the hard drive of DM iPhone extraction, the phone records. Does that mean that they weren't on her record? Like, so maybe I'm trying to break this down. This fucking thing is acting up. So it's saying that on November 13th, in the testimony from DM and BF regarding their conversations, phone records were discovered on the hard drive DM iPhone extraction provided on April 5th, 2023. And States Exhibit 18 from the grand jury. You see? I try. S1. Wait, S1. S1's famous. S1's so famous. S1. So again, comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney and respectfully moves the court for an order in limine allowing the state to admit the text messages of DM on November 13, 2022, and the testimony from DM and BF. So they want to admit the text messages of DM. Why wouldn't it be the text messages of DM and BF, like both? I'm just curious. On November 13th, and the testimony, okay, and the testimony from DM and BF regarding their conversations with each other on November 13th. The phone records were discovered on the hard drive, DM's iPhone extraction. That would be Cellbrite. That's what that is. And that this was provided. And States Exhibit 18 from the grand jury record, States Exhibit S1. This is their original motion in limine. Okay. Then the state claimed that attached is the testimony of DM, and BF was provided to the defense as part of the grand jury record, States Exhibit S2 and States Exhibit S3. So this would be her testimony. This would be her testimony. Standard of admissibility. Now this is in Idaho. In general, testimony that is hearsay is excludable at trial. However, there are exceptions to the rule. Two firmly rooted exceptions are Idaho Rules of Evidence 803, present sense impressions. And this is what Ann Taylor says. If you believe that, I guess. But Ann Taylor's basically saying that the defense, no, they don't believe that. A statement describing or explaining an event or condition made while or immediately after the declarant perceived it. Now, this goes back to look at everything. I want to show you here why she's saying look at everything. Because the state from 2:22 and 8 seconds is when they want to start to 2:24 and 27 seconds. 4:22 and 8 seconds, which would be what? That would be right before the 4:22 and 37 seconds when the car's speeding away. Or I'm sorry, that's at 4:20. So it's be 2 minutes after. But they want to start here, which is DM to BF. No one is answering. And this is when we were all like, I know me, I was like, that cannot possibly start right there. Why do they want to start right there? Why would the state want to start right there? This is how they explain it to the grand jury. They explain it to the grand jury because of a very, very important detail, which is Dylan needs to seem like she's the one that is saying that she saw a masked man in the house. But it would come out that really at 4:19 and 7 seconds. No one is answering. DM, I'm really confused right now. DM, Kaylee, DM, what's going on? Kaylee, BF to DM, yeah, dude, what the fuck? What do you mean, yeah, dude, what the fuck? Bethany called DM. What did you say to her? Why were you calling her? If she is the one that saw the masked man, she should be calling you. Then, BF to DM. Xana was wearing all black. You see that? Why is that part of it? If you didn't just see Xana wearing all black. Xana was wearing all black. DM to BF. I'm freaking out right now. DM to BF. No, it's like ski mask almost. Shut the fuck up. BF to DM. BF. Actually. DM to BF. Like he had something over his head and little mouth. DM, BF. Bethany, I'm not kidding. I am so freaked out. What? BF or DM to BF. BF to DM. So am I. DM to BF. My phone is going to die. Fuck. BF to DM. Come to my room. BF to DM. Run down here. And remember, they just give us the times like this. All of the above declarations are present sense impressions, and excited utterances. And this is Ann Taylor saying, if you believe the narrative, this is supported by DM's grand jury testimony, where she indicates she just witnessed a startling event. I heard noises in the residence and saw an unknown male in the residence. When? Because you didn't initiate it. When did this happen? Is this from earlier in the night? The declarations indicated both BF and DM are trying to make sense of the startling event. How? DM really wasn't trying to do anything. DM gets a phone call from Bethany. DM gets a phone call from Bethany. Thing. She didn't call Bethany. She didn't text her roommates. Bethany did this. Bethany initiated it. But you wouldn't know that from seeing this beginning part and seeing it start here. You're seeing DM start it. Okay? And that's significant. Significant, Harris. It's super significant. Because it goes back to, wait, DM, you said you saw the masked man in the house, right? You didn't go to alert your roommate, Bethany, or Xana, or anybody to say, oh my God, I just saw a guy with the mask. You know, you're not doing anything. And if Bethany's downstairs in her room, where and when did Bethany see Xana with a black mask on? Ski mask. And she was dressed in all black, or rather, and I want to say it wrong. She says, Xana was wearing all black. It's like she saw Xana wearing all black. Well, where? When? And the state's trying to say that's right then and there. Right then and there. Or soon after. So I'm just saying, what the fuck would this have anything to do with anything? If truly when Bethany called Dylan and Dylan was like, oh my God, dude, I just saw a masked man in our house. And then they're talking and then they hang up. And then this is what it occurs, because this is the true outline, which the defense says, no. You need to look at this in its totality. Okay, and if you have Dylan's shit, you should know that BF calls DM. Then, after BF calls DM, DM calls Xana. Why? Now it makes sense. Why did DM call Xana first? Because of whatever the fuck Bethany called Dylan to say. Right? And then Dylan goes and calls Xana. Why wouldn't you just walk over to her room? Because it just so happened when she called you, then you said, oh yeah, funny that you should say something. I just happened to see a man with a mask on in our house. It's funny that you just called me. Let me call Xana. Like, the person that sees the person in the mask, they're usually the one that would be alerting people. And this is why Ann Taylor is saying Bethany has exculpatory evidence for Bryan Kohberger. Because it's what Bethany heard and seen from her bedroom. Or where was Bethany truly located? Did Bethany actually give DM information when they were on the phone? And she's the one that's actually talking about seeing a masked man and seeing people outside of her bedroom window and talking about, yeah, Xana was wearing all black, but other people were wearing masks. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I just heard blah, blah, blah. Then does DM take that on to then say, because we have no idea what took place on this phone call. And rumor has it that DM is going to say that she doesn't remember the phone call and the contents of it. Now, in Ohio, nobody's testifying to that. You can't testify to what somebody, so-and-so said so-and-so. That's all hearsay. But look at the first action. DM calls Xana. So Bethany's first thing to do is she calls DM. Now, if you had just seen Xana and saying, Xana's in all black, I'm just curious why Bethany. So let's see what Bethany does. So DM calls then Kaylee. DM calls BF for 41 seconds. And they're trying to say that, what, BF calls DM? Are you guys going to try to say that there was no, that there was a call? This is for 26 seconds for my records. So DM calls BF back for 41 seconds. No text messaging yet. Calls. Then she calls Xana, no answer. Then she calls Kaylee, no answer. Then DM calls BF back for 41 seconds. And I want you to look at this time, you guys. 4:19 and 7 seconds. The killer is still there. According to the killer being, or the killer would have just done what? If BF calls, the killer would have just what? Left. Because they're going to be seen driving away in the car at 4:20 and 37 seconds. So 4:19, killer just left. Wow. BF calls, not Dylan. Then Dylan calls Xana, no answer. Hangs up. That's a pretty big call. And wait till it rings, and then voicemail. And then you would have hung up. Call somebody and see how long it takes until their voicemail picks up, unless they're either their phone is dead, and it would have went straight to voicemail. But if not, how long does that phone call take before the voicemail kicks in and then you hang up? And then, okay, I'm going to go ahead and call Kaylee. Again, 4:20 and 20 seconds. Then Dylan calls Bethany. 4:20 and 28 seconds. How do we know that the person speeding away in the car, okay, is actually not DM calling BF and saying, dude, I don't know, I got the fuck up out of there. And she's actually in the car that just sped away. I'm just saying, how do we not know that? But anyways, they talk for 41 seconds, which is literally like as that car would be like speeding, like almost speeding away during that call. Then 4:20 a.m. flat. BF then, okay, I'm going to call Xana. Again, look at no text messages yet. Then at 4:21 and 50 seconds, DM calls Maddie. Then Bethany calls Ethan. 4:22 and 8 seconds, DM to BF. No one is answering. She says, I'm really confused right now. She doesn't say, holy shit, I fucking saw a masked man. No, because I told her that on the phone. You did? Then why did you write the next thing that you're going to write? I'm just really confused right now. Are you confused because of whatever the fuck Bethany told you on the phone? Because that's exactly what this is. DM got all of her shit from Bethany. no one is answering. I'm really confused right now. This is where the state wants to start. Why wouldn't they want to start, I don't know, with the phone call that is happening contemporaneously, like right here? Why wouldn't you want to start here? Oh, because it's BF calling DM. Providing then information to her, not even nefarious. Not even nefarious. But if there wasn't a masked man that was walking out the slider, that somehow, I don't know where that came from, okay? But DM then to Kaylee. Kaylee. Kaylee, what's going on? So she's really confused, and she thinks that she should ask Kaylee what's going on. Why? Because she heard what she thought was Kaylee playing with the dog. And that would be consistent with if she hears Kaylee playing with the dog at 4:22 or 4:22 and 43 seconds, everyone's supposed to be dead at this time. If I'm Ann Taylor, I'm like, well, you wrote what's going on to Kaylee because you just heard her voice, right? And you heard the dog barking, right? Well, yeah. So you texted Kaylee to say what's going on because you heard her voice and you thought she was playing with the dog, right? So did you hear Kaylee's voice and that's why you texted her? And she's going to say, yeah, or she's going to say, I don't remember. You don't remember? And this is why the motherfucking cops had to say, or it could have been Xana. Because the cops kind of knew if Ann Taylor was ever going to line this up or whoever got a hold of this shit. Oh, or also could have been Xana because it showed that she was on TikTok. Well, come out, that's a fucking lie. TikTok is at 316. Then, so what's going on? Then BF outgoing message to Snapchat. 4:23. Outgoing message. So we're going to find out one day who that outgoing message is to. 4:23 and 15 seconds. Then you have BF to DM. Yeah, dude, what the fuck? Now, that's her response to something. Now, think about this. If it's just you in a room and someone just told you there's a masked man in your house, right? You have Bethany who calls Ethan at 4:22 a.m. So she would have been then sitting there. 4:22. Nothing. And then she then does an outgoing Snapchat at 4:23, so 1 minute later. So we'll find out. Then BF to DM, yeah, dude, what the fuck? So that would be like 1 minute and 15 seconds later after Dylan says to her, 4:22 and 11 seconds, I'm really confused right now. And then she says, yeah, dude, what the fuck? Yeah, dude, what the fuck? So yeah, dude, what the fuck? Then you guys can see it here. What? 13 seconds later, Xana was wearing all black. What the fuck would that have anything to do with anything? Xana was wearing all black. How about Xana is wearing all black? Xana is wearing all black. Xana was wearing all black. Well, Xana was wearing all black. I don't know. Is that a statement? Is that a question mark? I mean, last time I checked, was like Xana, this is a statement. Xana was wearing all black. GM to BF, I'm freaking out right now. Just so we know, I believe that they're texting at the same time, and this is just how it's because you're texting your own thing, not responding to what they're saying. You're just writing your own shit. And then DM says, no, it's like a ski mask almost. What? No, it's like a ski mask almost. when Xana was wearing all black, this has to be in reference to that. What are you saying no to? No, it's like a ski mask almost. Unless there's fucking text messages that are deleted. But where is Bethany even inquiring? What is she inquiring? She's just saying, Xana was wearing all black. No, it's like a ski mask almost. Then Bethany says, shut the fuck up. 6 seconds after this. No, shut the fuck up. Actually. And I guess that's just slang. DM to BF. Like, he had something over his head and like his mouth. Now it's like he DM to BF. Okay, well, did this have something to do with when Bethany called you DM? You're like, oh, we saw a masked man earlier. Or, yeah, we saw somebody wearing a mask. He had, you know what I mean? Like, because Bethany's like, dude, what the fuck? I just saw whatever, da-da-da-da-da. Or, hey, what's going on? Or, because it should be Dylan telling Bethany and calling her to say, oh my God, there's a masked man in here. But that's not what happens. And the state knows how fucked up it is, and that's why they started 4 or 5 entries in. Because Dylan is taking whatever Bethany called to tell her is then part of whatever the fuck she's saying down the road when she talks to people, in my opinion. Bethany, I am not kidding. I am so freaked out. This doesn't come until after 2 phone calls. Now, think about this. Okay, ready? If the killings began at 4:10, that is 9 minutes. 9 minutes would go by, and then BF calls DM. What if BF never calls DM? What DM would have never said or did anything? Because everything that based on the car being the killer, what DM would have had to seen, she would have had to seen at 4, let's just say 4:17. And this is why the state is saying that Dylan was in a frozen shock state because she didn't do anything. And then it's Bethany calls DM at 4:19 and 7 seconds. But that would be after 9 minutes of whatever was the fuck going on. 9 minutes. Do you guys know how long 9 minutes is? Let's practice it right now. Okay? 9 minutes. Timer. 9 minutes starts now. Let me run down my stairs really quick. This is me running up. Someone's here, man. What's going on? Someone's here? What? Minutes. 9 minutes is a long fucking time. That was only a minute so far. If I can do some more shit. Oh, still got 2 more minutes. Oh, shit. Oh, 9 minutes. Oh my God! Ah! What is going on out there? Nothing. It's okay, I'm here to help you. It's gonna be okay. Oh, man. Oh, it's great. You guys have some DoorDash. Can have some things. Bethany takes a dump. Thank you for my DoorDash. La da da. Oh my God, Ethan, there's somebody here! God, what's going on out there? Yeah. Oh God. Holy shit, what's going on? Woo! Oh my God. Let's see where we're at. Timer. Woo! That was for 6 minutes and 35 seconds. Or I'm sorry, that was 3 minutes and 32 seconds. We still have 6 minutes and 31 seconds. What the fuck else can we do? Whew. We have 6 minutes and 32 seconds left. I'm trying to get my neighbor's dog to bark. That fucking thing always barks. I don't know what's going on. It's probably nothing. Walking out of room 1 time, 2 times. God, what's going on? Jeez, you know what? Maybe I should get up. No, I mean, I don't see anybody. Okay. God, who was keeping on running up downstairs? Five more minutes still. I mean, get out of here. Get out of here, man. 5 minutes. I wonder if Ann Taylor's gonna be able to say, let's play, let's just sit here in silence. Okay. So how much more time do we have? Let's see, 4:20. We have 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Awesome. Fabulous. Still going. I mean, that's a long time. That's a long time to think, okay, I'm going to wait. I walk out 3 times. The killer never sees me. I see the killer allegedly, supposedly, but I don't do anything. I don't say like, oh my God. I wait for Bethany to call me. And then when she calls me, I say, oh my God, I'm so glad she just called me. Because I'm in a frozen shock state. And I just saw a masked man in our house. What? Yep. He just walked past me like, I don't know. I think I just woke up. What do you mean you just woke up? I thought you were fucking so-and-so. Oh yeah, I think that was earlier. But yeah, I just woke up. My Borg really sent me over. I've been Borging. Like, what the fuck? So all of that would go on. And then these text messages would occur at 4:19. Do you understand when something's happening, like in the moment, all that shit? You're not like, why wasn't there a text to say, Kaylee, what's going on? Right? It's because, you guys, what if all of this stuff was the start of it? Could this not be the start of it? Why does this have to be the end of it? Doesn't it seem more practical that this would be the start of it? Two minutes and 31 seconds still. Couldn't this be the start of it? Because I know that I would start doing things. And then let's take it from this, if this was the start of it. Ready? Let's talk about if this is the start of it. So Maddie calls her phone. Maddie's phone calls BF's phone. Okay? 2:53. Then 3:51, DM creates a new contact in her phone. Then 4:19, BF calls DM at 4:19 in 7 seconds. Okay? They talk. Then DM calls Xana because of whatever Bethany saw and heard. If you're Ann Taylor, what Bethany saw and heard. So BF calls DM, then DM calls Xana. DM calls Kaylee. Hey. Bethany calls her and says, hey, I don't know what the fuck's going on, but Xana's in all black outside. They had just gotten home. There's other people. I don't know, like, there's a bunch of people that just came in the house and they're coming upstairs, or like she just heard them enter, whatever. And yeah. And they're fucking arguing, yelling, screaming. I don't know. Someone said something, but whatever the hell was said here, it then forced DM then to call Xana. Oh, there's a timer. She doesn't answer. Then DM calls Kaylee. Why? Because, I don't know, she said what she thought that she heard Kaylee come down saying, there's someone here. Okay. She calls Kaylee. Then DM calls BF for 41 seconds. Says whatever. And remember, she said, I thought that she was drunk and passed out. I thought that she was drunk and passed out. BF calls Xana. Why do you think BF calls Xana? Because of whatever DM says to BF, then made BF call Xana. Whatever Dylan said to BF, then Bethany's like, I'm going to then call Xana. You would be leaving your room, going around. I don't fucking know. Then DM calls Maddie's phone. Then BF calls Ethan's. DM to BF. No one is answering. DM to Kaylee. Kaylee. DM to Kaylee. What's going on? Why would you ask Kaylee what's going on if Kaylee went to bed at 2:53 a.m. because she stopped calling Jack D and, fell asleep? Why would you call Kaylee at 4:22 and 43 seconds? Well, because I heard Kaylee. I heard her come down the stairs. And then I heard her run back up the stairs. And I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. BF, outgoing message. Then BF to DM, yeah, dude, what the fuck? BF to DM, Xana was wearing all black. That's because you just saw her. If this is contemporaneously, if it happens in the moment, that means you just saw Xana wearing all black. You just saw her. Why are you telling that to, DM to BF? I am freaking out right now. Why? Because people are yelling and screaming. People are going fucking crazy. I'm freaking out right now. This is what you would be doing if stuff was going on. Like, what the fuck is going on? Why is everybody screaming and yelling? You wouldn't wait 9 minutes. Okay. She said she woke up to what she thought she heard is this. So then you waited 9 minutes? No, this is that. I'm freaking out right now. DM to BF. No, it's like ski mask almost. BF to shut the fuck up. Yeah, at 4:23 and 42 seconds. What are you seeing? That's at that time. Bethany, I'm not kidding. I am so freaked out. So am I. What are you so freaked out about? Because that's something that is going on right then and there. DM to BF. Phone is going to die. Fuck. BF to DM. Come to my room. Come to my room. BF to DM. Run. Down here. She said her phone is about to die. Then, literally, 15 seconds, DM calls EC. Why? Because she said in one of her interviews, she thought it was Ethan or one of his friends that was wearing the mask. Okay? This is the first time that DM calls EC. Why wouldn't he have been one of your first calls if you saw a masked man and you thought it was Ethan or his friend? That would have been up here if that was truly you. But it wasn't you, was it, Dylan? It was whatever Bethany saw outside the front that actually made her call you. Because she told you stuff of whatever the hell happened at the Sigma Chi frat house that night, and all these fucking kids are now over here, and there was a fight earlier or some shit like that. Because Dylan was at a different party. Dylan wasn't out with them that night. Hey, all these from these kids from Sigma Chi just walked over. I don't know. DM calls EC, then DM to BF. It says DM to BF. BF to DM. What's here? DM outgoing call. 4:27, 11 seconds. I thought her phone was dead. I thought it says, fuck, my phone's going to die. That means you have to plug it in. Okay? When you say that. So, fuck, my phone's going to die. So here's Dylan either stalling time because she's not running down there right away. Oh, fuck, my phone's going to die. That's how you get out of, like, running down there. But this 2-minute gap here is also, if you have an iPhone, when your phone does die on you, you have to wait and wait and wait, and then it kicks back on. That's what that looks like to me with DM outgoing call. But before that, DM 4:24 and 58 seconds to look at. So it's basically 2 minutes and 13 seconds that she does nothing. So I don't think that she's downstairs yet. 4:27, 30 seconds. DM outgoing message. We'll find out one day who to. Then DM outgoing message again. Then 4:27, 47 seconds. DM calls Kaylee. Why? DM calls Xana. 4:28 and 44 seconds. BF calls Maddie. 4:29. BF calls Maddie. 4:30. BF calls Kaylee. 4:30. BF calls Kaylee. 4:31. DM text KG. 4:32 and 57 seconds. BF access Snapchat. BF access Instagram. 4:34, 4:37. And then just nothing. Yeah, because that's what scared-ass motherfucking people do. Scared-ass motherfucking people, boom, nothing happens after that point. And that's why Ann Taylor said, we are asking you to consider all of the relevant shit because in their mind, BF and DM are trying to make sense of startling event. Okay. Well, that means that it would have started at 4:19, not ended, in my opinion. And if it starts at 4:19, then the car that's seen speeding away at 4:20 and 37 seconds would have nothing to do with a killing that's starting at 4:19. And the reason that everything stopped and you guys didn't do anything anymore at 4:30 or what time was it? What makes sense to me is that the reason that y'all stopped doing anything is because that's when everything stopped. The house went silent. BF and DM are trying to make sense of the startling event or immediately following the startling event. No time for reflection or fabrication. See DM's grand jury testimony attaches. See, that's S3. So S1 is part of this, but it has something to do with as we pointed out here, it has to do with S1 is DM's. So the phone records were discoverable on the hard drive, DM's iPhone extraction, provided on April 5th, 2023, and the state's Exhibit 18 from the grand jury record. So from the grand jury record, state's Exhibit 18 from the grand jury record, in parentheses, which is now state's Exhibit S1 for this document, which would be state's Exhibit 18 from the grand jury record. That is what S1 is. They provided DM's phone extraction on April 5th, 2023, and state's Exhibit 18 from the grand jury record, which they're saying that that's now, for this document, state's Exhibit S1 is the grand jury record. And that's attached, and it's the testimony of DM and BF was provided to the defense as part of the grand jury record, which is state's Exhibit S2 and S3. So when I did that, I'm like, okay, if that's what S2 is, which would be the testimony of DM, and BF is S3, her testimony, then S1 is, voila, all of the grand jury testimonies. Or it would be Exhibit 18, which was Dylan's Cellbrite. Because it's kind of confusing. So it's one of these two things is what only it can be, in my opinion, because S2 is Dylan's and Bethany's is S3, as it says here. And that's what this big part with what Aunt Taylor was asking for in discovery with supplemental request number 23 is she was going back to the original stuff, which was, whatever she had asked for. And then over here, Ashley Jennings is referring to State's Exhibit S1. So with that said, the state saying that all of the above declarations are present sense impressions and excited utterances. This is supported by DM's grand jury testimony. I don't give a fuck about DM's grand jury testimony. Where she indicates she just witnessed a startling event, i.e. heard noises. Heard noises. Do you know what that means? That means that she heard noises, her startling event. Dylan didn't start it. And this needs to be Aunt Taylor's argument. Is it Bethany makes the phone call first? So if she heard noises and it started anything, it didn't though for Dylan. It didn't. It was when Bethany called her and said whatever she said, then she started to hear noises. But remember, she was supposedly just woken up out of the blue to the noises. And then she just didn't do anything for 9 minutes. And that's why the state is saying, yeah, because she was a frozen shock state. Oh, but Bethany woke her up out of it when she called her. And she just snapped to it and was like, oh my God, by the way, hey, you just called me? I just saw a masked man. What? Why did Bethany call Dylan? Why didn't Bethany call Kaylee or Maddie or Xana or Ethan? Because Bethany was calling Dylan to tell her about Xana and Ethan and whatever the fuck she just witnessed outside her goddamn fucking door and window on the first floor. Bethany started it. Then, where she indicates she just witnessed a startling event, i.e. heard noises in residence and saw an unknown male in the residence. When? So Bethany calls her. Get this. Bethany calls her and she's just like, oh, yeah, by the way, Beth, I just saw a masked man in our house, but I didn't call you or anybody else to make you guys know, like make anybody aware of this. You happen to just call me and I just disclose this to you. Are you fucking kidding me? Nobody's going to believe that. But it's fine. I don't believe that. I just thought nothing of it. I thought that people were just fucking with us again. So I didn't even call about it. The declarations indicate both BF and DM are trying to make sense of the startling event. Yeah, if you're saying that it's happening contemporaneously or immediately following the starting event, i.e. no time for reflection or fabrication, CDM's grand jury testimony attached as, see, S3. So she's saying there was no time to fabricate. And I'm like, well, yeah, but your timeline's wrong. How you guys are interpreting this is wrong. Why would they start having a conversation after all of the noises? After everything would be dead silent, then they want to talk about, oh my God, did you just hear all that stuff? But hey, it's quiet now. You're not serious, right? Do you guys remember, any of you guys that watch my channel, I was on a live broadcast and literally a crazy man who's a process server came to my door banging on like a complete fucking lunatic. Did you guys, if you were here for that, my chat was like going crazy about like, oh my God, what the fuck is going on over there? Like as it's happening, people in my chat didn't wait 9 minutes to say, oh my God, someone needs to call the police and what the hell is going on over there? 9 minutes. Everybody just waits 9 minutes. You're witnessing stuff. No. Absolutely crazy. No, everybody was, oh my God, who is it? You know, boom, 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 boom. Okay. And sure as shit, somebody from, I don't know, different parts of like the different states were called the police over here. Okay. People didn't wait 9 minutes to start having a conversation about what they just witnessed. At 4:24 and 39 seconds, DM calls Ethan. Call unanswered. Why are they talking about this one specifically? They're mentioning here in this motion. This phone record, like the other records of calls, is not a statement pursuant to IRE 801A. DM and BF continue to text at 4:24 and 58 seconds. DM texts BF, I'm scared though. And BF responds at 4:25 and 16 seconds. Yeah, I know, but it's better than being alone. Again, but like, why would you have her run down if it's all over? If all of the yelling and anything that you're hearing, it's dead silent. Why would you have her come down there? You'd have them come down there if and when it's actually occurring. There's nothing to be scared about after the fact, after this happens. I'm really scared. What is there to be scared of at this time? And I'm being serious because at that point, from 4:17 a.m. on, it would have been dead silent. Do you know how long that is? let's sit here in silence for 8 minutes. That's just the same amount of time here that it took me running up and down the stairs, banging on stuff, barking like a dog, acting like a complete fucking clown for you guys to see, like, wow, like, this is over. Like, imagine, I mean, I think it'd be louder if you're in person, but it would have been silent from 4:17 to 4:24 and 58 seconds. So 8 minutes of pure silence. Or is it happening then? Because everything started. Remember when the dog starts barking at what time? Do you think the dog starts barking when it would have started? That makes more sense. The dog starts barking when it started and then continued on for 30 minutes, right? You guys, the texting is happening when I think everything's going crazy. People are yelling, people are doing whatever, right? And guess who's coming back in that back area at 4:19? Well, I think one of the undercover cars is coming back there. Anyways, again, both statements are admissible as present sense impressions and excited utterances, and they are describing an event or their state of mind. Yeah, at that moment. At 4:27 and 47 seconds, DM calls Kaylee unanswered. At 4:28 and 44 seconds, DM calls Xana, call unanswered. Why would you be calling them? Because you're hearing a bunch of stuff. Because you want to know what's going on. You're calling them because it's dead silent. These are not statements pursuant to whatever. At 4:32 and 57 seconds, DM sends a text message to Kaylee saying, please answer. Why wouldn't you just get out of your room if it's 32, 4:17? That's 20 minutes. Oh, I thought that was a 7. That's 25 minutes had passed of being silent. That means if it started at 4:07, okay, and you call her or text her at 4:32 and 57 seconds, this would have been the beginning of everything, according to the state. But please answer. So 30 minutes later, please answer. But it's been quiet since without the dog barking. Well, if you want to go by the state, they're saying it's been quiet since 4:17. No way. The dog starts barking when it's getting underway. This statement is a present sense impression, shows DM's perception of events and an excited utterance. Then look at what the state wants to start the next day. The next morning, DM sends the following text messages starting at 10:23 and 23 seconds. DM, please answer to Maddie. Are you up? Are you up? 10:23. That's insane. They've been up. These girls have been up. These text messages are not hearsay because they will not be introduced for the truth of the matter asserted. What are they being entered? Called them out on? You're trying to make it seem like that they just woke up, looked at their phones, and said, "Oh my God, I haven't gotten any messages back from them. Let me text them and say, you know, just picking up right where they left off on, acting like they had just fell asleep at 4:37." Something like this would totally wake you up and put you in a state of like alert. Like, what? You're not going to be like, if you can just fall back asleep because their phones were supposedly weren't doing anything with their phones at 4:37 or later, it's because, oh, they had just passed out and fell asleep. Are you for real? Who would be able to go to sleep after that? The text messages are here, right here. They reflect a consistency and a continuation. Look at this, and a continuation. These text messages are not hearsay because they will be introduced for not the truth of the matter asserted. Even if deemed hearsay, they will allow as the present sense impression as they reflect a consistency and continuation of DM's text messages from the night before or from the night prior. And are you like how you're even arguing this like this is insane? And reflect her then perception of what was then occurring, i.e. waking up and realizing that she had not heard from her roommates. Wow. And that's where Ann Taylor just cannot believe the audacity of these prosecutors to say that these girls just woke up at 10:32. Oh my God, I haven't heard from my roommates. I need to message them. That's not what happened at all. The state wants to portray this like waking up and then just realizing that she had not heard from her roommates. She just realized that at 10:32 a.m. At 11:39 in 9 seconds, DM has a text exchange with her father. These statements are not hearsay as they will not be introduced for the truth of the matter asserted, but instead to show a timeline for the morning. To make it just seem like, yep, then she was just, she messaged her dad an hour later. At 11:50 and 55 seconds, DM received a text message from, this is Jenna McClure, stating, bro. This text message will not be introduced for the truth of the matter asserted. Now, this is the girl that was at 4:47 a.m. She was on that Visco, whatever the heck it is, and she was posting pictures at 4:47 a.m., posting pictures online. Meanwhile, that's right around the same time that, 4:37 a.m., Dylan and Bethany's phones, just nothing until like 3 hours would pass and then back at it. But she, at 11:50 and 58 seconds, DM calls Emily, who's the person that answered the door from the body cams. This phone record is not a statement pursuant to, but DM receives a text message from Jay, and this Jay person, I'm sorry, again, I believe it's this person. And then she's saying, and then a vandal alert at 1:04. These text messages are not hearsay because they will not be introduced for the truth of the matter asserted, but instead to show a timeline of the morning. DM and BF's testimony contained in State's Exhibit S2 and S3. The state anticipates that both DM and BF will testify at trial. The state intends to ask each witness about statements made to them on November 13th, 2022. To ask each witness about statements made to them. So this is from other people. This testimony should be substantially replicated in testimony they provide at the grand jury proceedings. So they're saying it's going to be, we're going to ask them what we asked them with the grand jury. The state submits the statements from both DM and BF to each other are allowable hearsay because they are present sense impressions and or excited utterances. And this would be what they talked about on the phone. Previously, Judge has previously ruled that the text messages and statements of DM, has ruled that the text messages and statements of DM, statements to DM to BF, are present sense impressions, okay? Because whatever BF told the police, she told the police that this is what DM said to me and told this to police. And I think DM's like, what the fuck? You called me. Like, wait, you called me. But so whatever BF has said, she's saying, this is what, just read it. Judge has previously ruled that the text messages, we just showed you, and statements of DM to BF are present sense impressions and excited utterances, holding admissible as exceptions to the hearsay rule. And that was his order that was sealed denying the motion to dismiss the grand jury, which I talked about earlier. DM's phone records contain an exhibit S1. There you go. There it is. DM's phone records contain an S1. There they are. That's your S1. DM's phone records. For BF's testimony containing exhibit S2 are allowable at trial under Crawford. Now, what this means to me, so again, remember Ann Taylor, she just filed, and then here comes Ashley Jennings, and she's like, S1, this is my answer to what you're asking for from these disclosures from January, 10th and September 4th, 2024. And this was from 2023. And she was asking for, hey, you got Rule 16 here. What the hell? And she's like, yeah. So she provides this to supplement whatever they had put out on the 23rd of January for this one. And then she did something that she put out for the September 4th. And those are, you can't even find this on the docket anymore if this one was ever out there. But I have it because I printed this stuff out back in the day. But so S1 is DM's phone records contained in Exhibit S1. And it's just for November 13th. And so only for November 13th. That's all. And BF's testimony. So this is why I believe that there's issues that Dylan on the stand must have said, I don't remember saying that to her. Okay. And BF's like, this is what she said to me. And here are the phone records to prove that we communicated. So here, Dylan, I personally believe, Bethany, I believe, said blah, blah, blah. This is what Dylan said. Dylan, when asked about it, was like, I don't remember saying that to Bethany. I don't remember. I don't know. I was drunk, blah, blah, blah. And in Ohio, that's a no-go from the way that I'm interpreting the rule. But here, they're saying, so under IR 803, present sense impression and excited utterances are admissible whether or not the declarant is available as a witness, and two, any statement found outside of the body or the above exception of hearsay are not testimonial for purposes of Crawford and analysis. Further, even if somehow deemed testimonial, the confrontational clause of the Sixth Amendment does not bar their admission. So I don't, I have a feeling that someone doesn't remember something. I think, so if we go based off of what somebody would deem more consistent, is I think that all of this is the start of something, not the end of something. But more importantly is the way that the state is presenting this. And Taylor came back. We are asking because John Judge, whatever, this is the picture that what we're saying. Bethany or Dylan, rather, everything is more like that. This can't be accurate. Dylan's saying that she's asleep, but really she's up saving numbers. You know, she's up doing other things. And Ann Taylor's like, these people all went and stayed at a hotel that night then. And we're all together. No one was separated. I mean, they were all together. And it just seems to me that what makes more sense is that this stuff was happening. Like, you would be texting all of this stuff when it would be happening. You're not going to wait till the house is dead silent and then you start texting and calling everybody. Because if that was the case, then you would have no reason to not get out of your room and go walk around and go see what the hell happened. So you would go and you would walk around if all the chaos and everything stopped. I just couldn't imagine hearing a bunch of stuff and then not, while I'm hearing what I'm hearing, not be texting, my roommates. Because at 4:07 a.m., when he would have come in, if you're coming out of your room, walking out one time, walking out two times, walking out three times, you're saying that this all happened before between this time period, and you're not doing or saying anything, then your roommate, Bethany, calls you. But while this is everything that's going on, you don't text one time during supposedly this period. You guys, that is 12 minutes that a kid would have their phone. Who's like, you have your phone, you're gonna be saying what the fuck is going on. Come on. You're not gonna do anything from 4:07 to 4:19. Get up, stand by the door, walk back, get up, stand back at the door. But no. In fact, everything starts when they start texting. That's the start of it. That's not the end of it. It's the start. This, to me, is your starting point. The dog barking is your starting point. When do you ever hear of a dog that waits till after everything has happened to your house and then they start barking? No. The moment that there's something happening, a dog starts barking. The dog doesn't start barking after the fact. The dog is barking during and right as it's happening. And that's what I see right here. This is the start of it. And so is the state's new theory that Brian Kober committed murder in 2 minutes? I just think that on cross-examination, you're going to show that. So Bethany, you would have heard all of this stuff going on for approximately 12 minutes until you called DM. And same thing with Dylan. Dylan, you answer her phone call. Well, first of all, you told the state that you went to sleep around 3 or 3:20. Do you know that you were up on the internet and then you saved a contact at 3:51 a.m.? DM contact, the new contact was in her phone. So you weren't sleeping? I didn't give the police any times. They were the ones that they were telling me the times. Oh, so can you explain how that happened? Yeah, so I didn't know what time anything really was. All I know is that we started texting during it. Yeah, exactly. You started texting during it. Well, yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, like, that's how that's going to go down. So you just waited 10 or 12 minutes to start texting? Or if you saw a masked man, you didn't call Bethany and tell her? You didn't call anybody and tell anybody? You didn't text anybody? No, I did. I thought I heard yeah. Well, Bethany called me. It told you what? That she had heard the sounds too. Like, I'm curious if they're going to be coaching these girls, because I think that that's what's going to blow it all up. Because I think Ann Taylor's going to be able to get her to say that Bethany told her things. Well, because you don't do anything, Miss Mortensen, until after Bethany calls you. That's when you call Xana. Why did you call Xana first? And it's going to be because of what Bethany told her. I just personally believe that the way this would all unfold is that Bethany heard something from outside. She calls Dylan to let her know, oh my God, da-da-da. And then she's giving her a heads up, more or less, like I don't know what's going on. Then she calls Xana. Okay, and then what do you do? Well, then I call Kaylee. Why would you call Kaylee? Well, because I heard Murphy was barking. I thought she was with Murphy outside, upstairs. I don't know. So I heard her. She said that there was somebody here. So I call her. The dog's barking. So was the dog barking at 4:20? Yeah, and I heard Kaylee. That's where it's all going. Yeah, so you heard Kaylee, and so you heard Kaylee at 4:20. So Kaylee was alive. That's where she's going with all of this. That's where I would be going with all of this. Because I guess what we're just trying to figure out is, did you guys start messaging each other like during the noise that you heard? Or you waited until after all the noise stopped? So like, let's just put away like these times. Let's just go off of our memory here. You thought that you woke up to hearing the noises, right? Yeah. Okay. Now, do you understand that you would have been up at 3:51 saving a contact, right? Saving somebody's phone number in. And so therefore then you would have had to fall asleep, right? And then you said you woke up from a dead sleep, right? Yeah. To what you thought was Kaylee playing with the dog. Yeah. Running down the stairs, or that she had come down and that she went up, but yeah, I heard the dog, I heard her. Now, you heard her voice, or yeah, I thought she said that there was somebody here. Okay. And then what? And then Bethany called me. And she told me that she heard stuff and like, I don't know. That's where this is headed. So did you talk to Bethany, and were you texting with Bethany and trying to call people while the noises that you heard were happening? If she says that that's what she was doing, then that's a problem for the state, y'all. You understand that? Because let's reveal, voila, and that's where the lies, and it's the truth. Because when you reveal this, voila, what I believe is going to be said is that, yeah, all of this was happening when the noises were happening. Voila. And so, okay, exactly. Like, that's what makes sense. Otherwise, you're going to have to say, no, I woke up and heard all that stuff, got into my room, walked over. Then I thought I saw a masked man. I don't know. And then I just didn't think it was real. So then I just laid back down. And then Bethany called me. And so she called you after everything? After you heard everything, Bethany called you. See, like, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, then I was just like totally freaked out because I was like, yeah, what's going on? I'm totally freaked out. Do you guys see how that's going to play out in court? The jury is going to be like, wait, what? No, the jury's going to see this, and Ann Taylor is going to do it really strategic here. And it's going to say that these all happened because of what you were hearing. Because of, she called you because of what she heard, then you're telling her what you saw, right? Because you got to walk over, then you got back down to or then you went back to your bed, then you did that 3 different times, right? And did you do that after Bethany called you to alert you to whatever was going on? And that's when you saw the masked man. And the answer, I believe, is going to be yes. If she says no, then it's okay, Miss Mortensen, you saw a masked man in your house and you just went back down and laid down, went to like nothing. You didn't message anybody to say, why is there a masked man in our house? That's where this is going. And I ain't no fucking lawyer, but I would say we're going to explain this all to the jury, because what we're just trying to understand is Ann Taylor's going to come across, and as she should, that you guys actually heard these things while you're writing this, right? This wasn't after, it was during, right? And she's going to say, I don't remember. Or she's going to say no, and it's going to look like that doesn't make sense. Or she's going to say, yeah, that's what I told the police. And you told the police that you didn't know what, like that you were having, yeah, because I didn't think that it was real, or they were playing a joke, or I didn't think anything of it. Like, do you understand how bad that's going to come across to say, but you want the jury to be like, wait, 4 people were just stabbed and murdered, and like, you're calling and saying things like, please answer. You're only saying those things because of what you were hearing and seeing, right? And it's what you're communicating to your friend Bethany who called you. You didn't call her, right? She called you. Did she wake you up? Is that how you woke up? Because it would be very quiet in your house if you're just messaging back and forth, but it wasn't while things were going on and nobody's making any noise. So that's what we're trying to understand, is that the noises and everything that you heard, that's what woke you up. And then you're texting while it's happening. And that's why you'd be really scared or freaked out, because of the noises. Which means that the time of the crime is later. It's not during the 4:06 to the 4:19. It's starting at 4:19. Whatever transpired began at 4:19. It's very, very obvious. I just think it's insane to think that somebody woke up, you woke up out of a dead sleep to which you heard this, and then you just didn't do anything for 12 straight minutes, and then Bethany called you. And then you just start texting away like crazy after you didn't do anything while you were up. And I personally believe that it's going to come across that all of this started. This is the time that the noises all started, which has nothing to do with the car. The time of the crime is not the time that the state is trying to say the time is. This time, and if you look at what they said, they're saying it was between 4 and 4:25. That's what they went with. 4 and 4:25. The person that's driving away in the car is driving away at 4:20 and 37 seconds, which that means they have to get to the car if they are the killer. Okay. They have to get to the car from the house, get all, if you want to say Dexter style, naked, and they already had it wrapped and shit. But let's just go with that thud. So we'll go with 4:18. Okay. Or because if the killer's that person that sped away, that's what they're trying to say. I think the jury is going to have no problem. I believe there's every reason to say no, that's actually not true. It looks like somebody had dropped somebody off and sped away, and that's what starts it, which aligns perfectly with everything that begins right here with the girls starting to text or call each other and text each other, and then call the roommates, and the dog starts barking. And then you don't have a car leaving up out of there. You don't have anybody leaving in a vehicle. So then you would have to start pushing back what you were looking at for who was leaving and what time could something happen later. But what this all looks like to me is that everything starts with the thud. The thud doesn't, that car that comes in that's looking to park at 4:06 or 4:07 a.m., that car looks like it's trying to find a parking spot. Not go off and hide off. They could have just stayed up top around the back of, okay? You're not going to come down. That's the first time that car, whatever car it is, came down, did a 3-point, did all this stuff to try to find a parking spot. Or what would look like that the DoorDash person, or was the DoorDash person before that? Really, was there a DoorDash person? Was the DoorDash person on a bike? I mean, at the end of the day, it looks like that the 417 thud and the dog barking and all of that stuff, and they're communicating that this all happened during. This is the start of it. And it was the cops. The cops took this and just said, yeah, this is what y'all did. It texted after the fact to like try to make sense of what you just heard, isn't it? These girls had no idea what these cops were going to go and say. Everybody has to understand that when you call these witnesses, they have no idea how the cops are going to interpret the evidence. But it's how the cops want to display the evidence, and how they're displaying the evidence is that, okay, one should ask themselves this, though, is if it just started, right, at 17, or something, it starts to begin at 417, because that's when they're like, oh, dude, I'm scared as fuck. What the hell's going on? Yeah, because shit's going down. You're not scared saying that stuff after it's silent for 20 minutes. You're talking like that because, damn, shit's going down. Like, what's going down? So if this, in fact, starts at 417, whatever's going down, okay, and you have no car leaving to then be at 448 when Brian's phone allegedly turns on at 448, and it's out supposedly whatever tower they want to say, and wherever it's getting its service, okay? How can Brian be over here if there's a murder that's happening here that just whatever is starting here and going until whatever time, and there was a sign of a cleanup, and then this person, whatever time that they would have left, okay? Unless you're going to try to say that Brian Kohlberger was the driver who dropped somebody off, or he had a driver that dropped him off, and then how the fuck he left, I don't know. But this is why they couldn't move on this time of the crime to say, like, okay, because let's just play it out. If they were doing it, if I'm an investigator and I get their records and I see their phone records and I start seeing the messages back and forth, I'm going to say, oh my God, you guys were texting during this? Yeah, we had no idea what was going on. Oh, really? Yeah. Okay, so then I would look and see what time it all started. I'd be like, okay, well, with their stuff, it's 419. And then it continues until 437, let's say. That's the time that I'm thinking that this happened. If I'm going off of the evidence, if you're going off of their text messages, unless they were to say, no, we started texting after. What do you mean you started texting after? Well, I just ignored it until Bethany called me. And then I told her what I saw 10 or 15 minutes earlier. What? Yeah. Because I was just like, not even, I got up and walked over to my door a couple times, and I don't know. I opened up the door and I just looked it out the door. And then on the third time, I saw some dude in a mask, and then I just shut my door, locked it, and went to bed and like laid back down. And then Bethany called me like, I don't know, a couple minutes later. What? Yeah, that's how it all happened. And then we just started texting about being freaked out, and you started just blowing up your why did you start calling your roommates if you weren't calling them when you heard everything? Why did you call them after? Well, because we were trying to see what happened. Because then there was no more screaming anymore, so we just kind of want to see what happened. Like, what? Well, okay, well, since they weren't answering and there was no screaming anymore and you couldn't hear anything, did you just not go out of your room and just go up there and ask them what happened? Go walk over to their room and say, hey, well, so I know shit went down earlier. Like, who was here? No. I just went to bed. And then I just woke up and I didn't really think much of it. And then I realized, that they weren't up because they didn't message us or anything. So I just said, hey, are you up? Hey, are you up? Hey, are you up? And then, I don't know, I just got like a really bad feeling. So I called Emily and her boyfriend to come over to check the house. What? Wait, what? That's what y'all wanted to say on the... To one of the people out there, Chris Donahoe, tell me how what I'm saying, I'm not attacking anybody. I'm attacking the police here, actually, because I believe that these girls said whatever they said and that the police just went what the fuck they wanted to go with. Because anybody that's an investigator would be like, okay, this is when they're communicating. This is like the time of the crime. This is when they're all doing all, and then all of a sudden you got scared that nothing was going on, and then you ran downstairs. And when I ran downstairs, I kind of thought I saw Xana just like kind of like laying on the ground in her bedroom, but I just thought she was passed out. So I just, what? So then investigators would be like, okay, this is what the girls say, and we're not like, yeah, clearly they're messing each other, okay? But we need to make sure, like, this doesn't make any sense. We got to figure this out. Or you're believing them, right? Like, if everybody wants to say, like, why would you ever not believe them? And da-da-da. You think the cops were just like, oh my God, this is it. Check, check. Okay. Well, Bethany, I noticed that you were calling your mom and dad like bright in the morning at 7:30. I just think it's hard that the detectives would be like, okay, so you didn't go and check on them at all? No. I was calling and texting them. And they weren't answering. No. After you just heard a bunch of screaming. You would think that the crime happened here. There had to be conversations that these police officers had with these girls to say, okay, we got to go over this again. Are you sure that this, like, or let's say that the girls said it to the police. Let's say that the girls said it to the police, hey, we started communicating after all the noises that we heard were over with. Do you think that that's how that would have started? Okay, that makes way more sense now. Wait, what? This is why Ann Taylor's like, what the fuck? So I think for me, if if I was a I don't think it's going to be difficult to have these jurors question the time of the crime, especially when there's no more activity supposedly on their phones from 4:37 until, I don't know, 7:30, 8 o'clock, when Bethany starts going ham to get in touch with her parents. If you fall asleep, you guys, at 4:37 in the morning, if you fall asleep, who is waking up at this time when you fall asleep at this time if you're in college? Who's doing that? Nobody. Nobody's doing that. People that fall asleep at 4:37 a.m. do not wake up and call their parents in college at 7:30 or 8 o'clock in the morning. That's not what they do. If you fall asleep at this time, okay, you're not waking up until like 11 to 12. Just like Jenna McClure did. So if I'm Ann Taylor, what makes more sense to me is that for whatever reason, these officers said, okay, yep, the time of the crime is between 4:06, or what they say is 4 o'clock, to 4:25, because they, for whatever reason, are riding and dying with this car that comes in the area and back on at this time. But we can't prove that this car is actually the one that's leaving at this time, but it makes sense to us that this car is this car, and then therefore, based off of the text messages that start after it, that this car is our killer. What? But you don't even know if this car is this car. How is this car this car? That's the first thing that you're going to show that's just, like, I think there's reasonable doubt all day that this car is not the car that's speeding away. So check for me. Okay. And that isn't reasonable to think that the killings started at 4:17. Is it reasonable that that's why the girls were texting, because of what they were hearing? And that's why they were so fucking scared. Not when it was dead silent. And the answer to me is, hell yeah, check. That's reasonable. This is reasonable. And it lines perfectly then with their text messages. And then, if that's the case, how does somebody that would be at, because now it would make sense, is that Brian Culver, if he is the killer, he wasn't circling over there to be seen on all those cameras, but he parked somewhere else and he walked. Okay. But how could you possibly leave out of there at whatever time now, and you have a pinging now at 4:48? And how are you supposed to get so that your cell phone is on that tower if you leave at 4:37, let's just say? Or at 4, even if you leave at 4:33 or 4:29. How are you able to get on that cell tower? It's going to take you 18 minutes to be able to hit that cell tower. It comes on at 4:48 a.m. And that's why the cops, said that this math isn't mathing, and that it couldn't have been Brian Culver, couldn't have left at a certain time to be able to, he has to be pinging wherever that phone is. He'd have to leave at a certain time from the house to be able to get on that ping. And so and then what I think, if I was Ann Taylor, I would point out, though, is they say that this car was circling or whatever. Well, whose car is that? Because it's not Brian's, or it doesn't even have anything to do with the murder. Okay. Because they're putting all their eggs, you want to show the jury that all their eggs are going into the basket, that the murder happened between 4 and 4:25 because of literally from supposedly two drunk girls that, like, that's, and they're like, well, what else are we going to put it into? Like, they're clearly texting for a reason. Well, could there have been a fight? Could there have been, I mean, did multiple things happen? But if you're truly going to put your eggs in their basket, anybody with common sense, in my opinion, would say that it started when they start messaging each other, when the dog starts barking. And the dog started barking and then barked for 30 minutes. So at 4:17 a.m. and the dog starts barking for 30 minutes, it was close to, like, that'd be 4:47. Right? So you're looking at like 4:45. The end. 4:15 a.m. Somebody goes in there. Also, it could have been somebody went in there at 4:20. We have a car that's coming back there at 4:19, but just kind of disappears. But all these things that would make sense with their texting, and remember, in the beginning, it was based off of what the roommate said. So you have the tower dump. And the tower dump they got from 3 to 5 a.m. It might have even been to 3 to 6. I have to go double check. The tower dump for, it would have been November 16th when they did the search warrant. And so you look at this and it's like, well, Ann Taylor is going to have somebody that's going to come in and talk about the fact that it was 2 killers, that there was a cleanup. And the reason that there was 2 killers is because 2 weapons. But I bet you there's going to be another reason. We have unknown male blood. Cleanups, and then she has one of the best crime scene stage experts in staging of crime scenes. And for me, when they want to talk about the timing advance records, okay, this is why this is important. How you time in that the timing advance records for Brian Colbert and when they would have truly had these matter. Because you would want to really look at his records. And based off of his cell phone records, somebody would be telling you that fuck, his cell phone is exculpatory. So somebody knew that. And then they were able to fudge this window to say, okay, well, if the killings actually happen, if the car speeding away is actually him leaving, and that's in that car you use as the riding car at 406, and you use the speeding away car to be him leaving, and you go in this time frame here, which everybody knows in their little group, but that goes against what the girls are saying, because we have them starting all of their shit at 4:19 and going to like 4:37. Do you see how you'd be in a room and you'd be talking all about this? But then let's not forget about the fact that you have the blood. And we have blood that we would have known about on November. Well, they take all their samples, but by December, what was it? I don't know, 17th. 2 unknown male blood. '18th, you get the sheath down. You're getting, hey, we got a hit on November 20th or 21st. You got the hit. Then you're going to send it to, this is the lab, ISP. Like, we were able to develop a profile. Then the profile is going to go to Othram for IgG. And that's in Texas. They got, this is the IgG path. This is the CAR path. They got 1112 on November 18th. They gave on November 19th, November 23rd, November 26th, December 1st, 7th. These are all the dates that had to do with identification of the car. And nothing can be found from that camera. They say the blooming light, whatever. They have to go right here, which is the Ridge Road camera. And then they give it out to WSU. Be on the lookout for this white Elantra that they're going all in on off of Ridge Road, not here. This is how their investigation. Okay. But then FBI is in here, right? So here's the FBI. And what's the FBI doing? Well, December 10th, There was a big meeting. Big meeting. Tell Othram they're out. FBI is going to take over the IGG. Okay. And the Gonsalveses say on December 13th, they were swirling his name around. The family said that. But interesting, right? Because Brian's name isn't known to Payne, allegedly, until December 19th. WSU, allegedly, supposedly, right? They want to say, oh, we found Brian's car, though, on November 29th, WSU. But guess what? Somehow that didn't get relayed. Now, 90 vehicles are on Idaho's campus. How many people were interviewed? Can't wait for that number. Then you have X number on WSU's campus. How many people were interviewed? This has to do with the car. Okay. Now, Brian would have been in town until, I believe, like the finals, the last day was December on WSU, like 10th. But some people, I guess, were taking finals until the 15th, because when Kapaka was shot, there was people that, like, that was happening. So, when was Brian still in town till? December 12th. Then he leaves. He's found in a Colorado license plate reader. Then he's in Indiana. But remember how they said, like, they're not following him? The FBI was most certainly following him. This is a lie. If you think he's just getting pulled over. Okay. Remember Brian just getting pulled over. Then, ready? Now, why would Idaho Moscow Police Department, okay, and the FBI, the FBI knows that they've had eyes on him. So why would MPD and them need to do on December 23rd? Here, we're going to go get his now phone records, allegedly. Both for the 48 hours and then the 6 month, the historical. Well, why would you need to do any of this? The FBI's already done it. The FBI's already had everything to do with Brian Kober. In my opinion, this big meeting here. And that's what Ann Taylor was trying to prove. Because somewhere along the line, when Ann Taylor got all the information that she got, she saw, I believe that she gave Cyray and these other people, they were looking at the stuff because they were allowed to, because they're investigators. And I believe that Cyray came across Jackson's name on documents, and they were forensic documents. And so they're not using the Legal Demand Center, Global Legal Demand. They're using Nick Balance has his relationship with Boyd Jackson. And so they're getting all of the stuff that they're getting through the FBI's relationship. yep, if you have stuff within 7 days, they want to talk about blah, blah. That has nothing to do with this relationship's totally different than that 7-day bullshit. And I think that that's all going to come out. But let's talk about weapons. If you have experts, just like in the Karen Reed case, you're going to have experts on both ends. And Brian's experts are going to say that the knives or the weapons, if he has experts saying that the K-bar that would go to that sheath is not the murder weapon, someone's going to say, well, how can you say that? They're going to use words like consistent with, inconsistent. Okay, there's no transfer of blood to victim to victim to victim. That's why they believe that there's multiple weapons, multiple perpetrators, because people were killed simultaneously, because you're hearing at the same time the witnesses like Dylan and Bethany, if they're hearing Xana and Kaylee and Ethan, if everybody's screaming and yelling and they're all being killed simultaneously at the same time, that's multiple people. But what I witnessed in Delphi is that they couldn't, no expert could say, they were saying things like, could it be this type of weapon? Could it be this type of weapon? Yes, if you can't rule things out. So I personally believe that the sheath is the only thing that they have against Brian Kober that would convict him if laid in the right situation. I'm sorry, but I would not be able to convict somebody off of what they purchased on Amazon 10 or 12 months before, what they were looking at, what they were Googling. When I would find out what somebody did for a living, and it's reasonable to conclude that this could have happened and this could have happened, then Amazon's out for me. Now, Brian purchased something and we went through all of his stuff and we can't find, and he purchased the same exact K-bar knife sheath that's there. Okay. Yep. That's a problem, right? Then you tell me how many of those are sold, right? But you tell me that he got it off of Amazon, so it wasn't like a bunch of people were touching. He happened to touch one because he was in a bunch of stores. Unless you're able to show me that he was always going to stores like that and would look at different things. Could he have touched? But if you start showing me what happened in the Karen Reed case, happened in this case, for example, why would a knife sheath be planted in the first place? How would you even know that anything like that would even be able to hold the DNA that you're hoping that would be on there? If you can't see it, if it's invisible, if it's touch, you don't even know what's going to be on it. You don't even know if there could be something on there. I'm only speaking in terms of like how the jury would look at it. So you guys eventually got to Brian Culver's apartment. You eventually got to Brian Culver's car, right? We're talking about physical evidence. Remember, do I think that this case is circumstantial? This car, you guys, after what I just showed you, that car now has, I just made that car absolutely worthless. I made that car absolutely worthless when you go and show that this looks like the time of the crime is between this to something like this. Time of crime is TOC. We just made that car absolutely worthless. We're going to show how it was the Ridge Road stuff. If you even want to show that if that's where the identification came from, it's not from this. Then there's nothing in the car. Nothing in car forensically. And everyone could say, oh, but it's been so long, right? Dude, I don't care. The fact of the matter is that there's nothing in the car. That's a period. Then you can go ahead and say it's your job to prove why that car, as the state, why it had nothing in it. Why? Because he knew how to do it. You guys, just because somebody knows how to do something, you think that Brian Culver would know more than anybody else to wrap a car in saran wrap? I would think a mechanic. I think that somebody that would work in cars would know that better than anybody else on how to wrap a car so that you don't get anything anywhere. That's going to come from, in my opinion, not a criminology student, but somebody that works with cars. Oh my God, you're at the best part. I'm on the part with Lana running up and down the stairs. Epic. Fuck yeah, it's epic. It's truth. I'm over here doing experiments live. You just proved it by the time. So the car, nothing in the car, nothing in apartment, nothing in parents, and this is just simply like linking. So you have like, this is just DNA wise, nothing, 0. This is just the facts. Okay. You can say, oh, there's nothing in there because of X, Y, and Z. Well, listen, every expert that was on the airwaves saying, I can't wait to, oh my God, that car's going to light up like Christmas, all this shit, right? Nothing was there. That's just the fact of the matter. The state can go ahead and say why there's nothing there, but the fact still remains is that there's nothing there. Okay. Then from 3 to 5, when the tower dump was going on, Brian wasn't on your tower dump during that time. So like there you strike out. Here you're striking out. Then you go to his phone. No connection to victims. But what's on his phone? He has apps. Perfect. None of the apps But we get to Amazon. And he bought a knife with a sheath 10 months before. Okay. So a killer who's in criminology bought on the internet the weapon of choice. Wow. Meanwhile, he's asking people about it. Sure. Okay, that just seems weird to me, but then, oh yeah, he bought a ski mask. He bought that in January in Pennsylvania. Okay. Then his phone is from June of 2022 to then like the present day that they had it. Okay. What else? Oh, selfie. 11/13/2022. His selfie, thumbs up. I think that's going to be inadmissible. What's the relevance of this? The only person that knows what it, I mean, he took a selfie. Who did he send it to? What's the relevancy of that? What does this make the crime that he committed? Does it make that fact more? Does this add to it? I just don't think it's relevant. What are you going to say? We showed that picture to Dylan, and she said, I have no idea who that is, or I have no idea if that's him. Is it relevant because we showed it to Dylan and she said IDK? Now, after the fact of the murders, I would think it would be weird if he didn't Google about the crime. If he Googled about the crime before the crime was known to the public, I think that's a problem. I haven't heard anything like that. Okay. So I look at all of this stuff and I'm saying, dude, I can't convict this kid because he's a criminology student. Like, what? Because he Googled Ted Bundy. And you look at the date of when he Googled Ted Bundy. Like, what? Changing of his plates. Well, if he didn't have a birthday in November, so the plates to me, you're going to have to show me that why did he go and change them? Were they not expired? You know, what's up? Oh, paper. A survey that the teacher is going to talk about that everybody had to do, and that he didn't even use the data. Wait till you find out how he did this paper. He didn't even use the data. It was. I don't think that he got a lot of feedback from that. Let's just put it to you that way, because the person that's going to testify about that, I think that's going to be the Reddit survey came from that teacher, Michelle. She's going to testify to it. And she's just going to blow all that up because it's like, then you have, okay, he was in and out of Moscow. So going to Moscow, he was going, okay. I don't know, however many, like, he was touching on the internet. Let's just put it this way. He was pinging in Moscow, let's just say, okay? 12 to 23 times, which Cyree is going to blow up that something's off. But that he didn't ping after November, 13th. He didn't ping again. Being in Moscow or that area, allegedly, supposedly. And that looks like it's strange. Well, I would say a couple things. What do you think? So, when was it? December 7th is when the public knew. About looking for a Elantra. Well, knowing what I know right now about everything, in terms of how I don't need to go anywhere near that town with them saying that they're looking for that car, because, oh my God, like, that would just be me. Like, I'd be like, fuck all that. Anybody that's driving a Elantra, you'd be dumb as hell to go in town. But you have Thanksgiving break, and then he's leaving for, I believe he left around like December 10th or 11th, or had his dad fly in, and then they're out for winter. He's teaching and he has finals. He's studying for his finals. What was his work schedule on the loose? I don't know. I'm sure they have his movements to know everything that he was doing. So I'm curious if what he was doing, how much of a difference it was compared to what he was doing prior to, like the murders, like as far as, was he just not leaving his fucking apartment and being a hermit? Okay. Because I think that would be weird. But again, and then it's going to come on to this, where this jury is going to be wondering, okay, how did you even come across Brian Kohlberger if you didn't, all these avenues, Ann Taylor is going to show that none of these roads lead to him. So what is this that they stipulated to? Which is, how did you get to Brian Kohlberger? And the only thing that I would stipulate to is, you guys can go ahead and say you did it, use the probable cause affidavit. Man, but his DNA is on the sheath. No shit. His DNA is on the sheath. Absolutely. But when that's pretty much all you have, then it's like Karen Reed. This is my Karen Reed example. Karen Reed. The glass / taillight, okay? Lana, it's on the lawn. It's on the lawn. Her taillight's cracked. They have the video of the, they have the dash cam at John's One Meadow at 8:20 a.m. And there's all this stuff on their property, and the CERT team finds it at 5:45. Okay. Oh, and you have Karen, who is motherfucking him for days on voicemails. And then you have, everything that you have in this, you have his shoe that they find that's all twisted, right? And America, like 70% of America, if not more, believe that she is innocent. Well, the only way that you can think that she is innocent is if you think that this shit is planted. Planted by either cops or civilians. Big word, framed. Framed. Now, or how about this? Or there's something called reasonable doubt. And so what they've done in this trial is they've tried to say that, okay, here, we want to show you that the injuries in the time of crime in John O'Keefe's death, right? Not consistent with a collision. That's what they went with this time. They really focused in on that. But you guys, they have phone records. His phone, John O'Keefe's phone, stops moving at 12:32 and 9 seconds. Which is like, and then Karen Reed starts blowing him up at 12:33 and 34 seconds. But she connects to the Wi-Fi at 12:36 and 47 seconds. And they have, we went and got all this stuff, so blah, blah. So Karen struck him at 12:31 and 51 seconds and then drove away, is within 150 to 300 yards of the house when she connects to the Wi-Fi. And then she's heard at 12:42 a.m. on a voicemail going into the house with her heels. But in order to connect to the Wi-Fi, which is at 12:36, she has to be within 150 to 300 yards of the Wi-Fi. So after seeing all of this happen with the Karen Reed case, I then applied logic to, and even in this case, you have people saying, I hit him. You have firefighters that came out and lied. Okay. But people are like, they didn't lie. Then you have, witnesses talk about whatever, seeing, Karen arrive and and that they didn't come into the house. And, but you have also a lot of people last trial saying they didn't see a body on the lawn, and that hasn't happened in this trial. So now let's apply it to Brian Kober. Okay. And if you go with the time of the crime with the Brian Kober case, it's like the Jennifer McCabe situation. Okay. We are in the same situation with these fucking text messages of what's truly happening. What's truly happening in these text messages? John O'Keefe is receiving text messages from what's her tits? Jennifer McCabe. 12:27. Then she calls at 12:29. Then she texted at 12:31. And she's doing all these things. It's the same thing like this in a way. Like John's phone never got back. John's phone didn't answer. I was butt dialing. I didn't realize I was calling him. Blah, blah, blah. Crap. Well, I hope to God that they bring that, rope that back in, that Jennifer, what's her tits, McCabe, was calling John O'Keefe's phone. And when she was claiming that they were butt dials, it's consistent with trying to find his phone. But going to this, I think that it's reasonable that you would argue the time of the crime. And the time of the crime for when you would do this. Where's Karen's? But just like Karen, there was glass and taillight at the scene. Here with Brian Kohlberger, you have the DNA on the sheath at the scene. Well, sheaths don't kill people, number one. Okay. And here, Karen Reed's vehicle had damage to it. Okay. It wasn't like Karen Reed's vehicle was fine. And then you would show, oh, the taillight couldn't have belonged to her. No. And in fact, they rebuilt it. So here, the DNA on the sheath, they're saying that has to be Brian Kohlberger's, sheath. It's his DNA's on it. Well, there's a caveat to it because then it's touch DNA. It's invisible. But he had to have decently handled it because there's a larger amount. And I think that that's what's interesting for me for the whole, is that it's a larger amount for just being touch DNA. Okay, so then Brian's over here, just like Karen's over there, like, what the fuck? Karen was actually at the crime scene. Karen puts herself at the crime scene. At crime scene. He's never put himself there. Karen Reed, yep, she was there. Can we talk about Randy? Yeah, we will. At crime scene, X. Karen Reed, yes. Next question is, knew the victim. Yeah, it's her boyfriend. New victims. No. 1, 2, 3. The next thing would be time of crime. They said at the beginning that this was at 12:45 a.m. That's what the state initially said. Because of who? Because of Jen McCabe and Jen McCabe's text messaging, because she said at 12:45 I texted because that's when the car then drove away. And that's why I texted. Okay. And then voila, she's on the Wi-Fi at 12:36. Say what, bitch? Okay. Here, time of crime. We went with, we didn't go with anything except we went with actually this was the victim's phone or the non-victim's phones. This is what they were texting, but we didn't go when they were texting. We went before they started their text messages and when a white car arrived, what we believe was a white car, and when a car was speeding away, even though we can't tell based off of the 406 and the 420 car that it's the same car. But that's what we're going to go ahead and go with. 406 to 4:20 a.m. So the state goes with 4 to 4:25 like that. And so what are they basing that off of? They're basing that off of the text messages. But then they aren't. It's like a halvesy. It's like half off of that and half off of the car. I mean, what's there preventing this from happening at, I don't know, at 6 a.m., at 5:30? Who's to say the reason that Bethany and Dylan stopped completely texting at the same time at 4:35 and 4:37 is because they were hauled out of that bedroom and, come on, let's go. Let's get up here. Leave your phones there. And I mean, I'm just saying here, like, wow, okay. Okay, then what? Well, then we did a tower dump and his phone's not on the towers during that time. Okay, it's because he shut it off. Then you get confirmation that, well, we kind of lied about when he shut his phone off. We lied. We said that it happened at 2:47 a.m. It really wasn't. It was 2:53 a.m. His phone. Why the fuck would you lie about that? Because it puts him like the over here at this time, way over here, instead of over here where we need him to be, so that he can just go down this road right here and be the 326 car that we see. Wait, what? Yeah. Wow. But why do you have to be that car? I mean, if the murders weren't until, I don't know, 4, why do you need to be that car? What is wrong with you people? Well, we have a car that's circling, and we know the defense one day is going to get this. And if we don't say that that's him doing it in that car at that time, then they're going to say that that's the killer. The killer's in that car. If we don't say that it's his car. Oh, really? Yeah. Because my argument is that why does the killer have to be in a car? This is a college campus. People walk 90% of the time. Oh, no, because that would mean it would be somebody in Moscow, Idaho. And they can't be the killer here. It needs to be an outsider. So next 4, so text messages and cars. Well, what about the victims? When did Ethan last make a call? When did Xana? I don't know. Well, she was on TikTok at 3:16. Okay. Oh, so Leslie, supposedly there's a DoorDash. I don't know. Okay, there's a DoorDash. Where is this DoorDash person? You know? Oh, Dylan's deleting messages. Yeah, and so is her dad. And Bethany's calling her mom. What? Yep, 7:30, just ripping it with the parents. Wait, what? Like, Mom, I'm just scared. I don't know. I have no idea what went down here, but I don't know. I'm not going upstairs, though. What? I'm sure everything's fine. Just go up there. What do you mean? Like, what were they calling to tell their parents? Bethany, what are you doing? I get it, but whatever it is, say whatever it is. But here, God forbid we look at this and say to ourselves, wow, there's nothing to see here. Okay, well, what about Kaylee? When's the last stuff on her phone? What about Maddie? Then so you got this DoorDash. Did they take a picture? How did they deliver it? What kind of car are they in? What did they see? What do they remember seeing? Okay, then you have 2 unknown male blood in-house. Then you have glove outside. Not Brian's. So you don't try to do anything with the blood to try to create with the IgG, but you just say, like Jay Lawson said, wow, imagine that. There was just a sheath waiting for the myriad of resources for the FBI to just go and take this sheath. They weren't interested in anything else, but let's take this sheath and let's do IgG on this sheath. Fuck the blood. And then boom, oh, we were able to pull us like off of that. We have a single source, and then we're going to go ahead, send it to Authrim. They can't do dick with it. We hide about all of this stuff. Then some way, somehow, the FBI shut everything down there, sent it to us. We don't even have any. Then the FBI, all of a sudden, they get a hit, allegedly, supposedly, because they breach protocol and go and get stuff outside of law enforcement areas. And okay, yep, we have this guy. It led back to a family in Pennsylvania. Then we realized that the one kid, he actually was to school at WSU, which is right down the road. Oh God, yeah, he's a criminology student. He's 28. Oh God, yeah. Okay, all right, let's talk. Let's, like, this guy, yeah, we need to get his DNA and we need to test it to our sample. Okay. Then they just think, let's just take the trash, and then it's probably going to be in there. No, but there was a male, and it's the dad of the person. So let's arrest him. Well, wait. What's his phone number? Let's pump it in. Okay, Towers. It's not there. Well, no shit, it wouldn't be there because he shut. We knew that this person had shut their phones off. Okay. So then what's next that you look at? Okay, this person has no ties to the victims or the survivors because we have all their, their phones and stuff. And then we look, okay, no contacts, no, he just moved here. He's in the PhD program. Okay. But he did put a survey out there on Reddit. Okay. Nothing there. Okay, what about, let's go back to his phone. Let's run his name. Oh, he was pulled over. Oh, he gave his phone number for a ticket. Okay, perfect. What's his phone number? Okay. Now here we go. Let's pump it in. Boom, boom. All right, we're going to need a search warrant so that we can get his phone records. Okay. We're going to do that on December 23rd because we don't tell anything to the judge that we're going to obtain this warrant from. We are going to makeshift the way that we write this up and act like we got his name from WSU when we put out the bolo for be on the lookout for the white Elantra. When we did that on the 25th, and WSU got back to us on the 29th. And we're going to write it up so it makes it seem like Payne got that information. And not that he didn't get it until after the 19th, but that he had it on the 29th. And this is how we're going to be able to build up this probable cause, to be able to get these search warrants so that we can get his phone. We want to put pen, trap, and trace on that bitch. but we want to get historical data. We want 48-hour records. Okay. And we do what with it? Well, we get it and then we give it to the FBI to serve the search warrant. Why? Why would the FBI serve the search warrant for the phone? So you got stuff back from the FBI for his phone, and you had the FBI serve up the warrant that you guys obtained. Okay. And boom, we realized that his phone, it really showed up at 2:53. We find out he drives an Elantra, and it's a white car, and that looks like the car that was circling earlier. Okay. But we gave it to the FBI, and they said, no, that's off the Ridge Road one. And I mean, it's just right there. It would have just circled right back and came back and just kept making loops. Duh, it's no brainer. Okay. Sounds great, Ashley. Okay, great. What else? Yeah. So, well, then his phone just shuts off. What? Yeah, his phone shuts off at about 2. Well, we're going to say it shuts off at 2:47, but it really shuts off at 2:53. But it's over here in Washington. But yeah. But if we say that it shuts off when I don't do any of these handoffs here, then yeah, I mean, it could be that 326 car. What? Okay, yeah. So just say that it shut off at 7 minutes earlier. Okay, sounds great. So I just write that here. And then what? Yep. And then we'll just show that it's consistent with, and it turns back on at 4:48. And it's over in Blaine area. Wait, what? But I thought we were looking when we were doing this, and I thought we said that the girls were talking, and they said that this is all happening at 4:19 to 4:37. How would he be able to leave around this time to get it be in Blaine by 4:48 or whatever this pinging that you're talking about? Well, because clearly these girls must have been texting after the fact. And this had to have happened, and he's actually the car that's speeding away at 4:20. Oh, so we're saying the crime happened earlier? Yep, we're going to have to say the crime happened at, well, yep, we're going to have to go with this time right here. 4 to 4:25. Well, but he's leaving at 4:20, so just give us a cushion. We don't know how, if any of these clocks are right. Give us a little bit of a cushion there. Okay. And then it all lines up perfectly. What? Yeah, see, it looks great. Okay. All right, yeah, let's fill out these search warrants. He's our guy. Sounds good. Sounds good. No way. Sounds like pure fucking craziness if you ask me. 1214. Moto Man, what's good? How are you? K. Smith has been here for 25 months. How does Steve G fall into the witness category? He is a witness. I think Steve G knows a lot. Moto Man, where are we at here? I don't know. I figured out what the problem was with all the internet stuff, though. My internet speed's at 1,000 Back. There you go. So in closing, guys, if you just joined us here, please go back from the beginning and you will know that S1 is Dylan's November 13th, 2022 phone records for extraction. That's what that is. Dylan's. So, and that's what Ann Taylor went back. Noelle, number 257, you snuck up on me. Is that right? Miss Taylor. Miss Taylor, is that right? Sorry, Chad, I can't answer anyone's questions. Just here to hear Lana's brain voice and her passion for the case. She's been missed all week. Free Karen Reed, hit the thumbs up. Yeah, Jerry D. Moto Man gets a 10 memberships. Thanks, Moto Man. Lisa Marie, welcome. Michelle F. throwing out a Truth and Transparency membership. Is it possible Dylan was typing nonsense due to her inebriated state of mind? No, my opinion has now completely changed based on the evidence. It's a fluid case. And just really important. Thank you, Richard the Richard. No other way around it. Atlanta spitting facts around these crazy campfires. Jean, gifted 5, Truth and Transparency. I miss you guys so much. I want to hear Lana say, we don't even know that answer. Is that right, Miss Taylor? The answer is literally right in front of our faces. The answer is literally, it makes sense, you guys. The police, God, I just cannot wait to hear these questions because let me go ahead and her saving a contact at 3:51 is all more of the reason that tells me that she went to sleep. And it was actually when the cops want to say, oh, she woke up, 4 a.m. or around 4 a.m. to what she thought she heard was, and then they are listing off these things. No, it's more like she went to bed. If she's saying, if I told them, hey, yeah, I don't know, I went to bed around like 3:20, but then you all realize, we're laying in bed and we're doing shit in our phones. And next thing we know, we're like, oh my God, dude, I got to go to sleep. I did not realize it was this long because I was fucking around and doing shit. We all do that. Everybody does that. And if you don't do it, you're lying because you do. You realize, oh my God, I just was doing stupid shit on my phone and literally 45 minutes went by. Everybody's done it, right? So here she goes lay down at 3:20. 3:20. She starts doing shit at 3:33. She's saving stuff, 3:47, 3:51, right? She's doing all this stuff. Then she falls asleep. And I believe that what would be more towards 4:20 a.m., which is really interesting for people that smoke weed. At 4:20 a.m., Dylan wakes up around this time frame. And then everything that they're texting, because it starts with Bethany, okay? It starts with Bethany. And Bethany, I believe, says to the cops, I'll have Bethany's on the stand right now. So we'll make sure that we understand. So Bethany, state your name for the record. Yada, yada, yada. Okay. On direct examination, they're going to keep the questions all geared towards everything that happened in that the grand jury testimony. Boom. Bethany's on cross. Okay. So Ann Taylor, I think, is going to be really soft and gentle with both of these witnesses, as she should. She's going to ask Bethany, obviously, what they were doing leading up to that time, where they were, what they were doing as far as drinking, things like that, who they were with. Ask her if she has any personal knowledge of any issues at the house with anybody that everybody was having problems with. Did you have any personal knowledge of why Kaylee moved out? You know, things like she's just going to ask whatever her personal knowledge is of that. When you get to the point of talking about, okay, the night of, now I want to get this timeline down. Okay. What time did you go to sleep? Did you have anybody in your room with you? You know, were there people, did you have people coming and going? Were you just by yourself down there? Okay. Now, you told the police that Dylan said X, Y, and Z to you, because that's how this has to come out. Because I believe that Bethany said what she was putting on Dylan, that she saw a masked man. Okay. But what time was that at? That Dylan was saying that. So she's going to ask her, okay, but you called Dylan. Now, were you sleeping before you called her? Like, what were you doing before you called Dylan? And now your room is where exactly? She's going to show, okay, so you're right by that door that leads out to the parking lot. Did you have a car? Where was your car at? Everything about a car. Okay, so if somebody, do they usually come to the door? Is it locked? Do you guys keep your door locked? Was there like a DoorDash that night? Now, I noticed that Maddie had called you at 2:53, or like, you know, do you recall this? Okay. Who was on the opposite end of the phone? I'd be asking those questions. Okay. And so you called Dylan, is that right? Is that right? 419. When you met with the police, did you use your phone when you were explaining things like, and this is what I did at this time? Let me look at my phone. Were you using your phone to like tell the police what was going on? I'd want to know, like, if you can't tell that from the interviews or the recordings, so you could like ask for that, but were you using your phone to like, you know? Now, if they want to talk about the 911 call as well, you can get those voices out. Like, is this voice when you? Okay. So let's go back to 4:19 and 7 seconds. You call Dylan. How about why? Why did you call Dylan at 4:19? And this is why Ann Taylor wanted to get her on the preliminary hearing, because this is what started everything, as well as I believe why she wants to ask her, why did you call your mom at 8 a.m.? So 4:19, you. So I want to make sure that the jury knows this. So you actually called Dylan, right? Yes. So you called Dylan. So what did you hear or see? Or what I'm trying to get at is, why did you call Dylan? And then she's going to have to answer that. You can't say, well, because Dylan told me she saw a masked man. Like, what is your reasoning for calling at 4:19 and 7 seconds? Why did you call Dylan? And then now you told the grand jury that that Dylan told you that nobody was answering their phones in a text message. Did you tell the grand jury that you had called Dylan first? I don't know if that came up. Well, would it help to refresh your recollection? And then she's going to hand her, here you go, take a look. Isn't it true that you said, blah, blah, blah? And it's going to be because of where they started this whole thing off. And they started this whole thing off by saying DM text BF saying no one is answering. I'm really confused right now. But we want to get the whole picture, which is 3 minutes before that. So at 4:22 and 8 seconds, that's DM texting you and saying, no one is answering. I'm really confused right now. But before that happens, at 4:19 and 7 seconds, you called Dylan now. So why did you call Dylan? What did you tell Dylan? What did you tell Dylan? Why did you call her? What did you tell her? So, and now isn't it true also that in between this at 4:20 and 20 seconds, Dylan called you back? And now did you tell that to the grand jury? Did you tell the grand jury that you called Dylan at 4:19 and that Dylan called you at 4:20? Because the grand jury begins right here. 4:22 and 8 seconds. DM to BF. No one is answering. I'm really confused right now. Okay, so then when DM calls you, is that when DM tells you that she saw a masked man in the house? So she doesn't mention that to you on the first call because you call her, right? Did you wake her up? Did she tell you she was sleeping? So did DM see a masked man between 4:19 and 4:22? Do you remember? But isn't it true that you guys were messaging each other when you're hearing things? So, Ms. Funk, is it your testimony that you called Dylan at 4:19 and asked her what's going on up there? and she tells you, I don't know, I just saw a man with a mask on? Is that what? What if you wouldn't have called Dylan? Would she have ever told you about this masked man? What if you wouldn't have ever called her? Do you guys see how crazy this is going to be? She's going to say, well, didn't you tell the police that you guys were communicating during this? And then you say that you saw black on. When did you see that Xana had all black on? Did you go upstairs? Was Xana downstairs? So Xana wasn't in her pajamas yet? Her PJs? What time did Xana get home that night? I don't know. Did you talk to Xana that night when she got home? Now, after you talk to, so you don't text anybody until your first text message that goes out, or I'm sorry, your first call that goes out that's not to DM is you call Xana at 4:21. Xana first? Is there a reason that you would have called Xana first? And then you called Ethan at 4:20. So you call Xana, she doesn't answer, and then you call Ethan at, you call Ethan at 4:22. And so when DM writes you a text message and says, no one is answering, and then she says, I'm really confused right now. And then she says, well, and then you get on Snapchat at 4:23 and you send an outgoing message. But your response is, yeah, dude, WTF. To her, I'm really confused. I'm really confused right now. And you said, yeah, dude, what the fuck? And then you said, Xana was wearing all black. Now, did you tell her that you tried to call Ethan and Xana and they didn't answer your call either? Because she says nobody's answering. You don't kind of say, yeah, I just called so-and-so and so-and-so, and they're not answering either. Or was that, yeah, dude, what the fuck? Is that like your way of saying you did the same thing? And then at 4:23 and 28 seconds, Xana was wearing all black. Now, had you seen Xana right then? How did you know she was wearing all black? When did you see her that she was wearing all black? Did you see her when she came home? Well, did you see her at the Sigma Chi house? What this all black stuff? Then Bethany, you receive a text messages from DM and she says, I'm freaking out right now. And then she says, no, it's like a ski mask almost to you. After you tell her Xana was wearing all black, she tells you, no, it's like a ski mask almost. Did Xana have a ski mask on? You write, Shut the fuck, STFU, shut the fuck up, actually. Can you explain what that means? What does STFU mean? Okay, shut the fuck up. Okay, like, did you not? Because you're the one that called her first, right? Is that right? Okay. So you alerted her to something that you were calling. Like, why didn't you call, let's say, Xana or Ethan or Kaylee or Maddie when you had made that phone call that started this whole interaction? Why is it that you called Dylan? Did you know that she was the only one that was alive when you called her? Okay. Okay, at 4:23 and 52 seconds, DM says to you in a text message, like he had something over his forehead and mouth. Now, when these were coming in, is this when there was noise and stuff? Like, I'm freaking out right now. When she says that to you, is it because of like the noise, the screaming, the yelling? I'm trying to understand the whole freaking out. Is it because she saw something? What is she freaking out about? If she hasn't seen anything, right? Just like for you, why are you so confused if you haven't seen or heard anything? Well, at that moment, I was hearing things, and so nothing. You didn't. Isn't your house always partying? So people are yelling and screaming and woo, like, was there music being blasted? Okay, so then when DM says to you at 4:24, Bethany, I'm not kidding, I am so freaked out. And then you say, so am I. Can you explain what you were so freaked out about at 4:24 and 7 seconds? Was there music being playing? Was there screaming going on at that time? Because was there a dog barking at that time? Was it Murphy? Because I'm trying to understand at 4:24 to say that you're so scared, Bethany, she says, I'm not kidding, I'm so freaked out. And then you're saying, so am I. What's happening at 4:24 that you are freaked out about? Isn't it because of what's transpiring in the house at that time? This is where I think Ann Taylor is going to really, if you're listening to this, if you're a juror, there is no way that the jury is going to be able to wrap their head around, wait, so let me get this straight. You guys are freaking out and so scared, and it's dead silent at 4:24? In fact, at 4:19, when you call DM for the first time, was it silent? So when you're talking from 4:19 and 7 seconds to 4:20, 4:28, 4:22, 4:23, then here we are at DM says to BF at 4:24 and 11 seconds, my phone is going to die, fuck. What did you interpret that to mean? That her phone was dying? Okay. And you write, come to my room. My phone, she says, phone is going to die, fuck. Okay. Did you have a charger that you were going to give to her? Why, if her phone's dying, is that why you told her to come down your room? You said, come to my room, run down here. Now, isn't it true that you're telling her to come down and run to your room because of what's transpiring in the house at that time at 4:24 and 14 seconds? Then how long would you say passes by from when you tell her, come to my room, run down here? How much time do you think passes by until she comes down to your room? Is it a minute? Is it 5 minutes? Is it 10? Is it 30 minutes? Do you know how much time passes by? Well, the next thing is you text DM at 4:25 and 16 seconds. So and then you don't do anything on your phone from 4:25 and 16 seconds. So the next thing that you do is at 4:29. So these 4 minutes, you're not doing anything. You're not calling anybody. You're not texting anybody. What were you doing? Then at 4:29 a.m., you rip off 4 consecutive phone calls. 4:29 a.m., you call Madison, her phone. Then at 4:30, you call that phone again. And then you call Kaylee and Kaylee again. So it's like this. So you're basically, you call Maddie and you hang up and you call her right back. And then you hang up and then you call Kaylee and you hang up and then you call Kaylee again. And this is what you do, Bethany, from 4:29 to 4:31. Prior to that, 4 minutes right here, Bethany. Did you go upstairs and look around the house between 4:25 and 4:29? No. Okay, so you didn't go in, you didn't go upstairs? No. So you just sat in your room for 4 minutes after you were just on your stop every single minute, nonstop. And so from 4:25 to 4:29, you're just in your room, nothing's happening. Well, because I think that's when maybe Dylan came down to my room. And so like I was like with her, and like she was the one that was calling and doing stuff. So that's what you think, or that's what you know? That's why I asked you, how much time do you think elapsed between the time when she says, phone is going to die, fuck, you write right after that, come to my room, run down here, 4:24 and 27 seconds. And then I asked, how much time do you think elapsed after you said, come run down here? Did she come? How long did it take her? Because I know that you wouldn't have been texting her at 4:25 and 16 seconds, right? Which is almost a minute later if she had been in your room at 4:25 and 16 seconds, right? So she's not in your room, 4:25 and 16 seconds. DM, she tells you that her phone's going to die, but yet she calls Ethan, and then she texts you, and then you text her, and then she has to wait, Dylan has to wait 2 minutes before she makes an outgoing call. Did Dylan's phone die? Did she tell you that her phone ended up dying that night? Did she bring down her charger into your room with her? Where was Dylan's charger at in the pictures that would be taken that next day? 4:27 then, DM outgoing call, DM outgoing message on Snapchat. Remember, you're just sitting there beginning at 4:25 and 16 seconds. That's when like you're not doing anything. And then DM outgoing message on Snapchat at 4:27:40, 4:27:47. DM calls KG, 4:28 and 44 seconds. DM calls Xana. And then here, this is where I get that 4:29. So again, 4:25 to 4:29, for those 4 minutes, you're not doing anything. From 4:25 to 4:27 and some change, DM isn't on her phone either. So during that time frame, there's 2 minutes where both of you guys are not doing anything with your phones at the same 2 minutes. And then for you, it continues for another 2 minutes. Okay. And so I'm asking, did you guys walk around the first level together, the second level together? No. You didn't? At 4:29 and at 4:30 and at 4:30 and at 4:31, you're only interested in calling Maddie back to back and Kaylee back to back. Why didn't you call Ethan or Xana? You notice here how I'm going to show you that now you called Ethan one time, right? You called Ethan at 4:22 a.m. Bethany. So I want to show you back something here. When you call Dylan and you talk for 26 seconds, after you get off the phone, were you aware that Dylan then immediately calls Xana and then immediately calls Kaylee? And then after calling those two people, which was because Dylan had heard who she thought was what? Kaylee playing with the dog, somebody is here, and then she thought she heard what? Xana, right? So those are the first two people that she calls. Then when there's no answer, she calls you back for 41 seconds and y'all talk. Then when you get off the phone with her, you then call Xana and DM. She calls Maddie. And so your phone calls are you call Xana and then you call Ethan. Right? BF calls Xana and you call Ethan. Right? Because everything that you guys are doing has everything to do about Ethan and Xana, right? What you are saying, what you're seeing. You're seeing people what? Outside, coming inside, outside your room. Did you call Ethan because you thought Ethan had a mask on? Well, you tell Dylan that Xana was wearing all black. Why would you be telling Dylan that Xana was wearing all black if you didn't see Xana wearing all black? And you can't be talking about like 3 or 4 or 5 hours ago, right? This is happening in the moment, contemporaneously, right? You know what it's like when two kids are texting or talking to each other, or people are trying to like go and spy on something or somebody, and they're like, hey, what do you see? This is what I hear. What did you hear? What's going on out there? I don't know. I just try to like, can you hear what they're saying? I can't hear. Like, I don't know. He said, something da 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 da. So all of this though is going on while you're hearing noises in the house, right? If they say that, then it can't be. Then the killers or killer, it would have been going on during this time, not the person that drove away at 4:20. That's why this is so important. So going back to this last part here, Miss Bethany, after DM makes a call to Kaylee and Xana, like I said, you just shotgun off. You call Maddie, Kaylee, but you don't even bother calling Ethan or Xana. Okay, you don't even bother. And instead, you then DM texts Kaylee after you make phone calls. She texts, and then you access Snapchat at 4:34 and 4:37. And then do you just go to sleep? Do you hear Murphy barking? Did you guys get Murphy? Do you know what made Murphy stop barking? You just went to bed. You don't know what's going on. So was this normal? I guess you could say, like, did this happen in your house a lot? That this was just another night that, and then you guys got noise complaints called on you often? Have you ever been home when the police have come over for one of the noise complaints? Did you ever go to the door? Have you ever told fraternity guys to tell the police that you weren't there ever before at your house when you in fact were? Well, isn't it true that you were present at home during police coming to the house during noise complaints? And isn't it true that you allowed fraternity brothers and friends lie to the police and say that nobody's home? Nobody that lives here is home? Doesn't it make more sense that all these text messages would happen while something was going on at the house? And that's why you guys were so scared? Because you're texting each other because of what's transpiring? So you were scared about what transpired 20 minutes prior to that wasn't going on anymore? If you were scared that something happened and you were calling roommates and they weren't answering, did you keep calling because you were surprised that they weren't answering because you were hearing commotion? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not going to be calling somebody if there's nothing going on in my house at 4:30 in the morning and texting another roommate saying, oh my God, I'm freaked out. I'm going to be doing that if something would be happening. So I guess that's what we're all trying to understand is, was this happening? Were you texting while something was happening? Because if not, I guess our question here is that this all started, well, a couple minutes after 10 to 12 straight minutes went by of commotion. And so during the commotion, that wasn't alarming to message. You just thought, I'll wait till it gets quiet and then I'll call Dylan at 4:19 and talk to her for 26 seconds. Did you hear Dylan's voice at all? I guess we're trying to understand, if you're not hearing Dylan's voice at all, right? Why was it that you called Dylan? For example, if I heard my roommate, Sarah,
If I heard her voice and whatever she was, I'm going to call Sarah. If I hear Jill, if I hear her voice, I'm going to call Jill. If it's Tommy, I'm going to call whoever I'm hearing. So did you hear Dylan? And that's why you called her first to ask her what's going on up there? Why is she screaming? Like, what's Dylan doing? Because when somebody, do you understand my question? Like, if I'm not going to call what's going on about another person, or maybe why don't you explain that to the jury? Why did you call Dylan? So you just happened to call the one other person that wasn't already murdered in the house. And you actually talked with her, right? And then, now I want to make sure I'm correct with this. You didn't text anybody, I noticed. So if we look at this, Bethany, you called Dylan and say something to Dylan. Then Dylan calls Xana, Dylan calls Kaylee, Dylan then calls you back. Okay. Then you talk for 41 seconds. Then you call Xana, Dylan calls Maddie, you call Ethan, Dylan to Bethany, no one is answering. Dylan to Bethany, I'm really confused right now. Dylan to Kaylee, Dylan to Kaylee, what's going on? And we're going to talk to Dylan about that, why she's clearly texting Kaylee what's going on, because she thinks Kaylee knows what's going on because she hears Kaylee's voice, right? She's asking Kaylee what's going on at 4:22 and 43 seconds in the morning. BF, outgoing message. BF to DM. Yeah, dude, what the fuck? BF to DM. Xana was wearing all black. Do you see anywhere in here that you text any of your roommates? You only texted DM. So you didn't text with anybody else. And is it because you knew that they were already dead? No, I was calling them. Oh, I see the calls. We see all the calls, but you didn't text. It's 2022. You guys are a bunch of texting type people, right? You didn't text anybody? It's 2022, and you didn't text any of your roommates. You called people, though, right? You didn't text anybody. And you started it all by texting Dylan. And isn't it true that you're the one that told Dylan what was going on? You alerted Dylan to something. Isn't that true? It didn't start with Dylan texting you saying no one is answering. I'm really confused right now. Dylan was really confused over what you called her and told her about. No?
if we look back to this whole mask, so isn't it true that at 4:23 and 42 seconds, DM, no, it's like a ski mask almost. Dylan is describing to you what she's seeing. No, it's like a ski mask almost. Like she's looking at something right then and there. After you tell her Xana was wearing all black. And she says, I'm freaking out right now. After you say Xana's wearing all black, I'm freaking out right now. Then she says, no, it's like a ski mask almost. Was Xana wearing a ski mask? Did Xana have a ski mask on that night? And did Dylan walk over to where Xana was and she thought she was drunk and passed out on the ground and she had a ski mask on? Who needs mods? DM to BF, like he had something over his forehead and little mouth. Did Ethan have on a mask? Isn't it true that when you called Dylan, you told her what you had seen outside your door or you heard outside your door and you seen people with masks on and you thought it was Xana dressed in all black and Ethan and they had masks on? Isn't that? And then did Dylan go looking around and she's reporting back to say, I don't know what's going on. Was she peeking out the door of her window or like looking out and she's saying, I don't know, some guy like has like a mask on out there and I don't know, you're telling her Xana's dressed in all black. She doesn't respond to that or what? I mean, I find it hard to believe that this is all happening like literally 10 minutes after when the house would be dead silent and you guys are all scared. But you wouldn't be scared during the actual commotion. Doesn't this seem more that it's happening, that you guys are texting when it's actually happening? Yeah, that's what we told the police. We told the police that this was all happening. We were texting during it. I had seen. It's exactly what happened. I saw people, I heard people outside, and then I heard somebody running and screaming, and I don't know. I called Dylan because she's upstairs, and that's who I called because I didn't know what was going on, and I thought I saw Xana and Ethan, and then I tried to call Dylan to ask him what the heck, like, hey, what's going on? Why is so-and-so and so-and-so and da-da-da? So exactly, you alerted Dylan. Dylan answers, and does she say that she has no idea? I don't know, man. I passed out. I don't know. I can go check. Is that when she told you, oh, yeah, you're right, because I just saw a masked man? Because
So she tells you that on the phone, and then she thought to just tell you that in text? Because if she told you that she saw a masked man over the phone, you're talking to her about Xana, and she just answers. You say, yeah, dude, what the fuck? She says, you said Xana was wearing all black. After you said, yeah, dude, what the fuck? Xana was wearing all black. And then she says, I'm freaking out right now. I'm freaking out right now because of what? I'm freaking out right now. Not about what happened 10 minutes ago at 4:13. I'm freaking out right now. 10 minutes after, which would have been the stabbings, basically, at 4:13, 4:15, the thuds at 4:17, and that's what they think is the whole end of it. Versus, is it actually the beginning here? Is this the beginning? Is this, you guys are talking all the way through it, which would make sense as hurry up, run, come down here. If it's dead silent, but hurry up. It's like you were telling her to do that to get away from something that was going on up there, right? Ann Taylor pushes the time of the crime and shows the jury that this all happened here. How's Brian Kober your killer? No one's going to believe. I don't believe. Why would you start texting and writing and saying all of this stuff after the fact? Now I'm to say this, I'm freaking out right now. That's really important. This right now. Why are you freaking out right now? 4:23 and 33 seconds. This house would have been silent from 4:17 supposedly until 4:23 and 33 seconds, which is 6 minutes and a half, 6.5 minutes. It's a long time. I'm freaked out right now. Why? Because of what the fuck is going on in there still. All it is that the cops went ahead and teetered this all up. I personally think that they put these girls in a horrible position. If I'm a cop, I'm over here saying, you want me to believe that the crime's not happening during this, and you want me to believe that all of this took place after the fact, then that means that y'all would have walked around the house and someone's searching and saying things, and then you're writing because I'm freaked out right now because of what you saw? And then you didn't call 911? All of this is transpiring and no one's calling 911. And in fact, when you wake up in the morning, the way that they presented it to the grand jury, right? You just started talking about what happened at 10:30 in the morning. And it was Dylan. They don't even talk about you were calling your mom, Bethany, at 8 o'clock. Do you normally call her on a Sunday at 8 o'clock? The answer to that is in the pudding. Pull out the phone records, CDRs, see if she's normally calling her mom on a Sunday and blowing her up at 8 a.m., 7:30. The state left all of that out to the grand jury. You don't think that that's important? Who wakes up at 7:30 if they went to sleep at... You think that two girls' phones, Bethany and Dylan, you guys just both stopped on a dime at 4:35 and at 4:37, respectively? Both of your phones do not do anything from 4:35 or 4:37 until 7:30 and 8 o'clock in the morning. Both of your phones stop at the same time almost.
according to this, and there's nothing there. Because let's just fall asleep after we're just so freaked out. This house is so small. You don't go and look and see where your roommates are. I just figured Xana was passed out drunk. And I have a feeling, I don't know how Xana's bedroom was, but the only way that you would speak about that is if you would have had to see her. So if you're a juror right now, put a 1 in chat if you think that they're texting during the crime. Put a 2 in chat if you think that they're texting after the crime. I just don't see how a jury is going to think that this isn't texting during. Would do that. I'm going to wait 10 minutes and then I'm going to do this. Then I'm going to call you up and say, hey, what the fuck is going on up there? 10 minutes after it happens. Hey, what's going on? 10 minutes ago, I just heard all of this screaming, and now it's been like dead silent for like 10 minutes, except Murphy's still barking. Like, what the hell? That would be Bethany calling Dylan. And then Dylan's like, oh my God, dude, I just saw a masked man in the house. Wait, you did what? I saw a masked man in the house. When? So we got mostly 1s. We have a few 2s. So a 2 is if you think that it happened after. A 1 is if you think that it happened during. And I personally believe that this truly is during, and that this makes it 100% not the car. Okay. The car speeding away at 420 seems like somebody was like, I'm getting the fuck up out of here. You guys want to fucking do this shit? I'm out. Like, fuck this. And whoever's speeding away, all right, like that, this is the beginning of it. This is BF calling DM at 4:19 and 7 seconds. Right before, 1 minute before somebody decides that they're speeding away in a car, because this person, everybody just assumes that the car that is speeding away is the 405 or 406 car that came. That's insanity to think that without, like, where are the receipts? Let me see. Nope, we can't find that car anywhere on any videos. But let's look about what cars we can find out other places around there at that time. But it seems like somebody was like, I'm fucking leaving. I'm getting out of here. Whatever. You guys want to stay, whatever, blah, blah. But that car speeding, getting away is like, because shit had just broke out. Bingo. And that's why BF calls DM to say, holy shit, there's a fucking shit just went wild. Shit just went wild. Calls Dylan to tell her this. Why does she pick Dylan out of all the roommates to call? And it's interesting that she's the only one that's, according to the police, alive. But Bethany has no idea that. She calls Dylan. Dylan answers. She tells Dylan whatever the fuck she tells Dylan, which then makes Dylan do what? Immediately calls Anna and then calls Kaylee.
Dylan didn't alert anybody to Dick. Dylan didn't say, I saw a masked man. Call up Bethany and say that. No. Bethany called Dylan. Then Dylan does what? And why? The question is why did Bethany call Dylan? Because she knew she was up. Because she's hearing her voice. Because there's a reason that she called her. But like, for example, see, Dylan over here calls Xana and Kaylee. Why didn't, after she talks to, after Bethany calls Dylan, right? Why does Bethany just do absolutely nothing? She does nothing until DM calls Bethany back. And then they talk for 41 seconds. And then Bethany calls Xana and Bethany calls Ethan. And then DM texts Bethany and says, no one is answering. And this is where the state wants to start their fucking bullshit here. No one is answering. Making it seem like Dylan just woke up, heard Kaylee playing with the dog, right? All this mumbo jumbo bullshit that they sold us in the fucking PCA, it starts right here. And it's Dylan. No one is answering. I'm really confused right now. And they're trying to say that, yeah, because everybody's dead. Yeah, because if everybody's dead and this all transpired beforehand. Meanwhile, no, she's really confused because of whatever the fuck her and Bethany were talking about. And whatever the hell Bethany filled her in on. And then she calls Bethany back and they're talking. And then she's really confused. And then she's, okay, I'll text Kaylee. Kaylee, what's going on, Kaylee? Kaylee, what's going on? Now this is even assuming that Dylan's even fucking at the house. Because Bethany calls Dylan. But let's just say that she's there. We won't even go that route. Why would you be asking Kaylee what's going on? How does Kaylee know what the fuck's going on? Well, because Dylan says, I heard Kaylee. I'm hearing Kaylee. So I text her. I called her. Then I just say, what's going on? BF, outgoing message, but we don't know. BF to DM. Yeah, dude. WTF. Think about how crazy this is. Bethany to DM. Xana was wearing all black. Why the fuck did she text that? Bethany doesn't text a single person other than Dylan. Has anybody talked about that? It's very important. She calls Dylan off the rip. Dylan's alive. She knows Dylan's alive. Then she doesn't text anybody else but DM. She calls people but doesn't text them. Very weird for kids that are living in 2022 and who are college students because the way of life is texting. You guys, they're doing this when there has to be noises happening. Otherwise, you look like you are cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. All of this, when it would be dead silent in your house, yeah, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, sign me up. That's what this would look like. Cuckoo. Oh, yeah, screaming and everything's going. Dylan tells us it. She's like, I woke up out of the blue. Ah, makes sense. You woke up out of the blue. To what? To what I thought was Kaylee playing with the dog upstairs. But she had ran downstairs. I don't know, came downstairs, got the dog, then goes back upstairs. And the detectives are the ones that are saying, oh, or that could have been
that could have been, because remember, when this interview would have happened, it's before they have a suspect. It's Dylan's just speaking the truth. And Dylan is saying that this is basically happening in real time, not, Bethany calls me and then she tells me whatever, and then I'm hearing all of this shit. So then I call Kaylee. She doesn't answer. I call Xana. She doesn't answer. Then she texts and says, nobody's answering. And then she texts, Kaylee, what's going on? Right here. This would be because you heard what you thought was Kaylee, right? And the dog, right? Yes. Yes. This is where the detectives were like, no. That cannot be what happened here. And then they try to get away with it by saying, oh, but it could be Xana because she was on TikTok at 4:12. No. Every roommate that you ever have in college, you're going to know their voices. Yeah, dude, what the fuck? Xana was wearing all black. This should worry everybody. Bethany telling Dylan that out of the blue, Xana was wearing all black. When? What are you talking about? Why are you even mentioning Xana wearing all black? What the fuck does that have to do with shit? And everybody out there is thinking, well, it's because Dylan just told Bethany that there was a masked man dressed in all black. Really? Because I don't think that's what happened. I think Bethany told shit to Dylan, and then that got in Dylan's head. That's what I think happened. Because Dylan is so fucked up, she's hammered. And you're waking her up out of the blue, and she's kind of mixing in, well, yeah, I'm waking up out of the blue. Bethany called me, and then I hear the dog, I'm hearing the dog, I'm hearing fucking Kaylee. And if this is going on at this time, this is a no. This had to happen a little bit earlier. And you guys are just talking about it after the fact, right? Is that right? No, it looks like it's all happening in real time. So that's how I would play this. And then say, okay, well then, when do y'all think it got quiet? That there was nothing anymore? Oh, it got quiet. And that's when we started doing all of this. Excuse me? So you sat there and y'all, so then it doesn't make any sense for Dylan. Dylan wakes up to what she thought was Kaylee playing with the dog, and then she goes over the door, she walks over, comes back down, walks over, comes back down, walks over. And during the third time, that's when she saw the masked man. But all of that shit going on, you think that Dylan isn't fucking using her phone? Give me a break. Give me a fucking Kit Kat bar. Shove it up your ass and fucking send that shit to fucking Washington. Who in the world would believe that? That doesn't even make any sense. No. This is all happening at this time, and it's right in front of our faces. This is your timeline. This isn't after the fact. This is what they are hearing. And Bethany started it all because of what Bethany heard and saw outside of her room. The door was open, the window with the shades, whatever she's looking and seeing. Then she's reporting to Dylan, oh my God, guess what? So-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so, or da-da-da-da. Or I have no idea, but there's people out. That's what's happening. And then go and look at the timestamp right here. Phone is going to die. Fuck. But guess what? What does Dylan do? BF, come to my room. Run down here. Why? It's been silent according to everybody. 4:17. It's been silent according to the police from 4:17 to 4:24. Dead silent in that house because everybody's dead, supposedly. It's been dead silent from 4:17 into 4:24. That's 7 minutes. Dead silence. You present it like this, like I just did? No Julie gonna believe that. No way, no how. Not possible. Insanity. You want me to believe that? Run down here now after 7 minutes of silence. What the fuck are you scared about? Frozen shock. Not possible. What's frozen? You guys thought that the John O'Keefe, Karen Reed shit about what the texting and the Googling and the butt dialing and blah, blah, blah? Dude, what do you think this is? What do you think this is? Phone is going to die. Fuck. Come to my room. Run down here. 7 minutes after it would have been dead silent. Then everybody knows what happens when your phone's about to die. But DM here, her phone's about to die, but she's like, I'm calling Ethan. Calls Ethan. Literally 4:24, 20 seconds later. Then DM to BF something. 4:25 and 16 seconds. DM makes an outgoing call. I'm sorry, that's not so 4:27, 11 seconds. DM makes an outgoing call at 4:27, 11 seconds. She has to, as you can see, she has to wait 2 minutes. That is consistent with her phone actually dying. You actually having to plug it in, okay? And then everybody knows what it's like to sit there and fucking wait for your little Apple icon to pop on. Okay, can you imagine in the middle of all of this shit that your phone just dies? If you're in your room, like you would have just been able to plug it in like right there by your bed, right? Unless you're like, fuck, my charger's out in the goddamn living room. Because I had it plugged in over in the living room by the couch. We were playing beer pong earlier. Or you're just so drunk that you don't even know where the fuck your charger is. Because it's not in the spot by your bed. And you're like, oh my God, where did I fucking put my charger in at? Come on, everybody does it. I believe that her phone did die. And that's why the 2 minute has to play by. DM needed to add murder to her contacts. I don't think DM did anything. I think the way this looks more and more is whatever Bethany told Dylan in both of those conversations, Dylan repeated. And Bethany never said dick about it. And then so when Bethany, or when Dylan's talking to the police and talking about a masked man and that whatever she fucking saw, I can't wait to like fully hear about this, because how this is showing, it makes no sense. It would have been Dylan calling Bethany saying, or Dylan calling, oh my God, I just saw a masked man. But Dylan sees a masked man, doesn't say anything. But then Bethany is just like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and call Dylan because I think she has something to tell me. The fuck out of here. Sounds believable. I think what sounds believable is that this all happened in real time at this time. And that would then put your killing later. Run down here now. It's dead silent. DM, outgoing message, Snapchat. Then this is when I believe that they would have been together. They get together right here. Bethany watches DM call Kaylee. DM call Xana. Bethany's watching this. Then Bethany calls Maddie. Bethany calls Maddie. Bethany calls Kaylee. Bethany calls Kaylee. And then Bethany watches DM text Kaylee. But Bethany makes not one text message. Then in the morning, they just want us to talk about 1023. DM to MM, are you up? DM to KG, are you up? Bethany phone call to Jenna McClure. Bethany phone call to 911. And Bethany is what I believe she's the one that says about the whole, can I tell you, who says, can I tell you what happened at 4:00 last night? Can I tell you what happened at 4? Not at, if you're according to this, for like you say something like more like 4:30. Can I tell you what happened at 4:00? I don't think any jury is going to be able to believe that this stuff all happened afterwards in a silent house. And then Hippler, of all people, saying, well, DM said that she saw a masked man, so why, and the masked man went outside, so why would they go outside? What? That's some logic there, man. Yeah, why would they ever do that? Sorry, I'm Generation X, so if I had alcohol in it, we didn't complain, we just drank it. Yep, call was made by Bethany's. BF call to 911, 11:56. But this is the whole point, is that the state's evidence will show that DM and BF went to sleep after 4:37 a.m. The state seeks to introduce the following phone records from the next morning from DM and BF. This is how they're going to present the case. Like, they're not going to talk about anything else. This is the state. The state's evidence will show DM and BF went to sleep after 4:37 a.m. 4:37 a.m. BF. Look at this. 4:32. DM texts Kaylee. Then DM just does nothing. 4:32. But hey, she's down in her room. She ran down there, and within 2 minutes, she's just out like a light. Are you kidding me? Good night. This is crazy. After she just ran down there, then she just doesn't touch her phone no, you know what that means? That means you left your phones there, or somebody came in that room and was like, get the fuck out here right now and grab those two. Leave your phones right there. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here right now. Brought them upstairs and fucking had a little talking to them. Let's just fall asleep. They just fell asleep after they ran downstairs. After she supposedly ran downstairs, and DM just texts Kaylee after, and then just doesn't use her phone again. And then Bethany accesses Snapchat. Right. Mr. Kohlberger herein provides a more complete but not exhaustive view of DM and BF's communications and interactions with social media during the hours established by the state. So this is where they add this in for them. They add this in. That means this is relevant, which I've said is relevant. Maddie calls BF, but I want to know who was on that phone call, if it was really Maddie calling. Then DM creates a new contact. Then this was left out. 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 This. And then right here, this is where the state told the grand jury. So this, anything that has a square around it, is what they told the grand jury. This. So 210, Uber driver. 4:22 and 8 seconds text. There you go. Everything that has an arrow, this is from the defense. So the grand jury didn't know anything about everything that has a D right here. And so the grand jury thinks that this is her just waking up. No one is answering. And I'm like, wait, what? That cannot start like this. You'd have had to have a conversation with her prior to this for you to be saying no one is answering. But they need to start it with DM's conversations to her because of the masked man, to make it more believable that DM saw the masked man, then she's saying nobody's answering. And the minute I saw what time this was at, I said, that's fucking whack. I said she would have seen this masked man at like 4:16, 4:17, right? And then come to find out, it's Bethany that calls her. How do we know that the person that was actually the killer didn't tell Bethany something like, DM like woke up or something? You might want to call her. I mean, I don't know, like she... And then called her and I don't know. It's really weird. All right, but that's all I have tonight. 6-hour marathon. Gotta go rest my voice up. I understand not calling the police for these kids, because the police, in terms of, noise complaints, and Greek life isn't about calling the police. Okay. But these kids, why weren't they calling any of the neighbors, the next door neighbors that like out, everybody's normally up. So why didn't they call any of like the neighbors? Like, why didn't they call Hunter Johnson? Why didn't they call people and text people that night? It's just them two girls. You're not going to text a boy. And that's why I say they did. When they said this is not exhaustive here, you guys, they did something, because both of their phones at 4:35 and at 4:37 stop respectively, okay? And they want to say that it's because they went to bed. Okay? Wow. Who the hell can just fall asleep after they would have just ran downstairs at 4:31 a.m. and 4:30 and are just texting that they're like, like just knocked out cold. And same thing with Bethany, 4:37. Then just puts her phone down. No. These are not exhaustive. And I'm telling you, there's a phone call in here, and it has to be to a male. Wouldn't you call a male? You would call a male. Oh. I don't know who's guilty. I don't know if Brian Kober is guilty. All I can tell you is that fuck a duck. Fuck a duck. If you think that, I think it's just right in front of us. It makes more sense to me that this would be the time of the crime, not something way before this, and that you're just dead silent. And then you're like, I'm just going to start talking about, random shit 10 minutes later. So, Pavarotti, are you in here? Good to see if you are. I can't see shit on this side. So, there you go. I think if you look at, I know my live tomorrow is going to show during, if you really want to talk about stuff that's going on, if you guys want to, I know you guys like to do stuff. So what you want to look at is you want to look at 4:35 a.m. to whatever time frame is left on that Linda Lane video. And remember that this list is not exhaustive that Ann Taylor has. And if this is the true, time of the crime, I think just regardless, nobody just stops texting and doing everything at 4:35 and 4:37 after there's just no way. It's kind of like Kaylee and Maddie's phones just stopping at, 2:53. Chief, member for 24 months. Thank you so much. All right, over and out. 6 hours and 11 minutes. I'm fucking dead. If you guys want a good laugh at how crazy I am, I don't know what the timestamp is of this video, but you need to go listen to when I reenact 9 minutes of hearing fucking shit in the house, and you just don't do anything, and then you wait for it to get just dead silent, and then 9 minutes later say, after 9 minutes, hey, run down here now. Run down here now. What is up, Detective Mowry? Detective Mowry, I'm on to you. I know why you had Ashley Jennings and Bill Thompson doing so much shit, because lawyers in Idaho, attorneys, all the shit that they do is they don't have to disclose it. Well, that's just my take. Absolutely unbelievable is what it is. It's absolutely unbelievable. All this shit's unbelievable. People that think that Karen Reed is fucking innocent, like myself, I do. I think she's factually innocent. Then y'all need to look at this case and wow. I don't believe that John O'Keefe was dead at 12:32. I think there's a reason that his phone isn't moving anymore, but it's not because he's dead and laying on it anywhere. So, but all right, peace out, guys. Good night.